Thank you so much, Ann. So good morning. I'd like to call the January 20th Bureau of Household Goods and Services Advisory Council meeting to order. My name is Justin Paddock. In December of last year, Governor Newsom appointed me as the newest Bureau Chief of the Bureau, and I actually took over the position on January 3rd. I'm certainly excited to be back. It's really nice to have reconnected with a few of the council members, and I'm really looking forward to getting to know other council members a lot better. And I'm just excited to be back in this role. Just by way of background, I'm certainly familiar with home furnishings and thermal insulation. I'm also very familiar with electronic and appliance repair, but I will need to be coming up to speed on our Household Movers Act, which I'm doing right now. So I ask that you bear with me with my sophomore knowledge there. I'd also like to say the Bureau's been through a difficult transition in leadership over the last few months. And despite that, all the staff here have really made me feel very welcome. It's really great to sort of get to know new people and also just reconnect with those who have been at the Bureau for quite some time. And I just really appreciate that everyone really has rolled out the welcome mat for me. So thank you so much to the Bureau staff. I also really want to thank Tanya Corcoran. Tanya took over leadership of the Bureau in the summer of last year. She was on loan from the Contractor State License Board for 6 months. She was really able to initiate quite a few processes that were important with regards to reorganizations that we'll talk about in more detail later in the meeting, as well as getting some contract stuff online and just starting to address some staffing issues that we've had at the Bureau. So Tanya, I know you're busy this morning, but I will thank you in absentia. Thank you so much for everything that you've really done for the Bureau. With that, just a couple other house cleaning items before we move on. And I think Ann already mentioned it, but also just with regard to bandwidth issues, when you're not speaking or presenting, I just ask that you make sure your camera stays off. It'll just make sure that we have fewer hiccups. I also want to thank Michael Knotz for our DCA Legal Counsel for attending today, and also Carrie Holmes, who is the Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations at the Department of Consumer Affairs. So thank you both for joining us today. And then also Ann, as well as the entire Solid team, they're going to be helping us out today throughout the meeting, moderating, and also leading us through the strategic planning process that'll come later today. So thank you so much. Ann, is there any sort of other housekeeping items you want to comment on before we move on, or I think you covered most of them?
Well, I can mention that public comment will be open for specific periods during the meeting, and I will be Tricia, my co-moderator, and myself will be managing that. When we do open for public comment, we'll turn on the WebEx Q&A feature, and at that point, you'll see a box in the lower right corner of your computer screen. It's a question mark inside a box. If you wanted to make a comment, you'd click on that icon and then type the word comment and hit send, and that will put you in line to make comments during the meeting. We've got a 3-minute time limit per person. So when the time comes, we will take comments in the order they're received, and we will send them a request to unmute their microphone so that they can give their comment. Please note the Q&A feature is only for members of the public to represent that they would like to make a verbal comment. They may verbally state their comment, but this is not a means to ask questions of the moderator or members of the council. I think that's about it. I think that's all the housekeeping we needed.
Okay, thank you so much, Ann. So we'll turn back to that once we move on to agenda item 2. So we'll come back to that very shortly. I'm also sad to report that one of our council members is no longer serving on the council. That's Heidi Sanborn. And Fauna, would you mind just giving us a quick update on Heidi?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Heidi came to us as Executive Director of the National Stewardship Action Council, which advocates and lobbies to change production methods to reduce waste and pollution in manufacturing. Heidi was excited to contribute her expertise in developing public policy and policy advocacy for the Advisory Council. However, she was recently elected as Vice President of the Sacramento Municipal Utility District. With her new position, she was concerned about being able to dedicate as much time as she would have liked to the Advisory Council. And after deliberating for a couple months, she thought it was best to step down. She sent me a statement this morning she wanted me to read. She said, "Thank you very much for the opportunity to serve our state and protect the consumers of California. I appreciated getting to work with everyone and hope what I could contribute was helpful. With my new duties of taking over another organization, in addition to being voted vice president of a statewide utility board, I simply do not have time required to do the job at the level it requires, and therefore I should resign and make room for those who can make the time. I hope our paths cross again, as they very often do in Sacramento policy circles." The Bureau would like to thank Heidi for the time she did give us and congratulate her on her newly elected position.
Thank you so much, Fauna. We're certainly going to miss her. That also actually means as well that there's going to be a vacancy on the advisory council. If anyone is aware of anyone who would want to serve, we would certainly appreciate their applications. Just briefly, but you can contact me after the meeting and I can get you more information. If you go on the Bureau's website, which is bhgs.dca.gov, you'll see several drop-down menus. The second one from the left is Bureau Activities. If you look at the drop-down options and you click on Council Meetings, once you are redirected to that page, at the very bottom of that page, there's a hyperlink for what's called the Consumer Advisory Council Recruitment Application. And by clicking that link, you can access the form. I also do want to reiterate to the council as well as to the public, I very much have an open door policy, and I would like to make sure if you have any questions about anything we talk about today, I'm more than happy to answer them or address them. My email is quite simple. It's just my name, which you should be able to see on the screen, which is just Justin, JUSTIN.Paddock, PADDOCK, @dca.ca.gov. And my direct line, and yes, I'm giving you my direct line, area code 916-999-2080. And I'll repeat that again as we adjourn. But with that, I certainly appreciate the warm words, Fauna. And Diana, I'd like to turn it over to you to call the roll.
Good morning, everyone. This roll call is for advisory council members. So when I call your name, you can please say that you're here. Pascal Beniamini.
Yes, present.
Thank you. Bert Grimes.
Present.
Thank you. Don Lucas.
Present.
Thank you. Dan Rhodes.
Present.
Thank you. Steve Whitecamp.
Good morning. Present.
Good morning. James Gorelli.
Good morning, present.
Morning. Chris Higdon.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. Steve McDaniel. Here, nothing. And then Toby Taylor.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. And that's it for roll call.
Thank you so much, Diana. Just before we move on to our public comment agenda item, I just wanted to see if any council members wanted to make any comments at this time. I don't see any. Any members of the public would they like to make any comments on this first item?
Certainly, we're going to open up the Q&A feature of WebEx, and that will allow you to click on the question mark inside a box in the lower right corner of your computer screen, or if you're using the WebEx app, it would be behind the 3 dots on your mobile device, and type the word comment into the comment field, into the text box, and hit send. And we will call on people in the order that they respond. Give people a moment to locate that feature. And I do not see any requests for public comments, so I can close the Q&A feature if you'd like.
Yes, thank you so much, Anne. I appreciate it.
You bet.
So with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 2, which is just going to be the public comment. This is basically an opportunity for council members or the public to make any sort of comment on anything that's not on the agenda today. Again, Anne's already mentioned it, just to allow everyone enough time, we're going to limit public comment to 3 minutes. I also stress that if you have an application, complaint, or disciplinary charges pending before the Bureau, please do not discuss the details of your complaint or your pending application at this meeting. You're more than welcome to contact me offline, and I can direct you to the appropriate personnel. If your comments are related to a specific agenda item, you can certainly present them now, but you can also wait for that agenda item. And at the end of each of our items today, we will allow for public comment. And so with that, would anyone on the advisory council like to make any comments just on items not on the agenda today?
Yeah, Steve Whitey Camp, California Moving and Storage Association. I just saw an email from DCA and I wanted to make a comment about the senior scam stopper seminars that DCA puts on. And I know that the Contractor State License Board participates in that. I would strongly recommend that that we participate in that. And if staff is unavailable, we as industry representatives would be happy to provide general information for seniors on avoiding moving scams.
I appreciate that, Steve. Thank you so much. Again, I won't do any long comment, but that'll be an interesting item I may ask you about as we move into our strategic plan outreach section as well. But I certainly appreciate the comment. Any other members of the council?
Yeah, it's Bert Grimes. I'd just like to say, Justin, we're glad to have you back. Thank you.
Thank you. I very much appreciate it, Bert. It's great to see you again. Any other members of the council? And would you mind asking if any members of the public would like to make comment?
Certainly. So we've got the Q&A feature of WebEx open. That's a question mark inside a box. The icon is usually in the lower right corner of your WebEx computer screen or behind the 3-dot other options if you're using the WebEx app. If you are dialing in only, you can hit *3 to raise your hand if you'd like to make a comment on anything that is not on the agenda currently. Give people a moment to locate that. They would type comment in the text box and hit send. And I do not see any requests for public comment. So shall I go ahead and close the Q&A for this?
Yes, thank you so much, Amy.
You're welcome.
All right, we will move on to agenda item number 3, which is actually going to be an update from our very own Carrie Holmes, who's our Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations. Carrie.
Good morning, council members and Bureau Chief Justin Paddock. I am Carrie Holmes, Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations at the Department of Consumer Affairs. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to provide a department update. First of all, Happy New Year and welcome back, Bureau Chief Justin Paddock. DCA is so thrilled that you have come back to the Bureau. Thank you to all staff who have continued to work to protect consumers during this transition period. I can assure you that with his history and skills, Justin will lead the Bureau into a new era of effectiveness and help the Bureau team reach its potential. DCA has utmost confidence in Justin's leadership, and we will support him however we can. A special thank you also to Tanya Corcoran, who has done a fantastic job of acting as Bureau Chief over the past few months. DCA appreciates all the council members and staff who have continued to serve through a pandemic that has affected us all in many ways. To combat the spread of COVID-19 and protect vulnerable communities, California has implemented enhanced safety measures. State employees must show proof of vaccination or be subject to regular COVID-19 testing. The California Public Health is requiring masks to be worn in all indoor public settings until February 2022, regardless of vaccination status. DCA's testing program kicked off in early October at DCA headquarters and has expanded to additional sites and home testing as well. We are all working together to find the right balance of staying healthy and connected and productive. DCA and all its boards and bureaus continue to look to the future and use lessons learned to identify long-term efficiencies and policy changes. Staff are working in the office to provide the most effective consumer protection and customer service, while also utilizing telework where appropriate. On January 5th, Governor Newsom signed an executive order that extends the sunset date of Assembly Bill 361. Under this new order, boards and councils are permitted to continue holding public meetings via WebEx without listing board member locations through March 31st, 2022. Additionally, Sacramento County issued a local order on January 6 directing public boards, committees, and similar public bodies to suspend any in-person meetings that might otherwise be held within the county and hold them remotely. After March 31st, we do expect that all meetings will resume in person in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. Before attending an in-person council meeting, members would need to verify full vaccination with DCA's Office of Human Resources or participate in COVID-19 testing. Members, please don't wait until the next in-person meeting is planned. DCA requests that all members who can do so will submit their vaccination verification by January 31st to allow enough time to plan for COVID-19 testing for those who will need it at an in-person meeting. Bureau staff can assist with the process, and I'm available to help as well. We don't know what additional changes will be coming to the law, and we will keep you updated. Whether meeting remote or in person, DCA does want to keep the council fully seated with excellent members and diverse voices. Currently, the council has one vacancy, a public member, to be appointed by the DCA director. Individuals interested in serving should visit board member resources on DCA's homepage or through the Bureau's webpage link to apply for an appointment. Additionally, all current members are serving terms that will expire in April and will need to be reappointed by Director Kirkmeyer. I'll be reaching out to you in the upcoming weeks to ask if you're interested in reappointment, or you can reach out to me at carrie.holmes@dca.ca.gov. DCA appreciates your service and expertise and hopes members will continue to serve. As always, Board and Bureau Relations is here to help. If there's anything I can do to assist, please reach out. This concludes my presentation. I'll hand it back over to Bureau Chief Paddock.
Carrie, thank you so much. It's great to see and hear from you today. One item I didn't realize, council members and those of the public, the Bureau's link for that application is a little out of date. We're going to fix that today, but if anyone's just interested in that application, feel free to reach out to me after and I can sort of walk you through getting the right form. Thank you so much, Carrie.
Thank you.
With that, do any council members have any comment? All right. Anne, would you mind opening it to public comment to see if any members of the public have comment?
Certainly. We're opening the Q&A feature of WebEx. You'll find the question mark inside a box icon in the lower right corner of your WebEx screen or behind the 3 dots icon if you're on a mobile device. You can type the word comment into the text box and hit send. We'll take comments in the order received, and each person will have 3 minutes to speak. Give people a moment to locate that feature. If you are calling in on your phone and you do not have the WebEx app going, you can press *3 to raise your hand. I do not see any requests for public comment. Shall I go ahead and close that feature?
Yes, thank you so much, Anne.
You're welcome.
Carrie, thank you again. And with no comment, we'll move on to agenda item number 4, which is actually the review of our August 27th, 2021 advisory committee meeting minutes. They actually start in your packet on page 14. I'll give you just a moment to flip. This is just a quick summary of the meeting that Tanya Corcoran held last August. With that, hopefully I gave you enough time to sort of find page 14. Do any council members have any comments, any sort of additions or any sort of edits to the draft minutes? I'll wait just a minute just to make sure you see if you have any notes. Okay. And do any members of the public have any questions on the meeting minutes? Again, they start on page 14.
Okay, I've opened up the Q&A feature of WebEx for public comments on the minutes. If you have any comments or edits you'd like to suggest, you can open up the Q&A, which is the question mark inside a box icon in the lower right corner of your screen. Type the word comment and hit send. We'll give people a moment to locate that. And I do not see any requests for public comment. I can close that feature.
Yes, thank you so much, Ann.
You bet.
All right, so hearing no comments or changes to proposed edits, those draft meeting minutes will be finalized. Those will be the finalized minutes for the August 27th council meeting. Thank you so much. We'll move on now to agenda item number 5. This is our division update and statistical overviews. First, I'd like to hand it off to Suzanne Balkus, who's going to provide us a fiscal update on the Bureau.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for allowing us to present today. My name is Suzanne Balkus, and I am one of the budget analysts here at Department of Consumer Affairs. I'm here going to be to present the Bureau's fund condition statements that we currently have FM5 projections included into. Could we please go to page 26 on your meeting material? Okay, so to start off, we are going to be starting with the Electronic and Appliance Repair Fund, which is 0325. We have an actual 2021 beginning balance of 3.9 million with prior year adjustment about 14,000. That gives us an adjusted beginning balance of close to 4 million, and we have an overall revenue of 2.5 million and a total expenditure of 2.7 million, which gives us a fund balance of 3.7 million, which is about 14 months in reserve. And for current year, which is 21-22, we projected our beginning balance of 3.7 million, and we have also projected revenue of about 2.7 million coming in. We are tracking an overall projected FM5 of about 3 million. With that expenditure and revenue, we currently have a fund balance of about 3.3 million, which gives you about 11.5 months in reserve. Budget year, which is 22-23, is based on the governor budget, and budget year 20+1, which is 23-24, is based on realized. And we have no immediate concern for this fund. Please let me know if you have any questions before moving on to the next fund condition. Okay. Can we go to the next page, please? And one more, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so the next fund we have is the 0752 Home Furnishings. We have an actual beginning balance of 5.2 million with prior year adjustment of about 30,000 and adjusted beginning balance of 5.2 million. We have an overall revenue of about 5 million and a total expenditure of 4.2 million. That gives us a fund balance of 6 million and about 14.2 months in reserve. For current year, we have a beginning balance of about 6 million, and our total projected revenue is 5.2 million and an overall projected expenditure of about 5 million. So that gives us a remaining balance of 6.2 million, which is about 12.2 months in reserve. And also the same BY 22-23 is based on the governor budget, and BY+1, which is 23-24, is based on realized. And as well, we do not have any immediate concern for this fund. Please let me know if you have any questions for Fund 0752. Okay, if we can go one more page, thank you. And one more. Thank you. So our next fund is going to be Household Movers 3315. We have an actual beginning balance of 3.3 million with prior year adjustment of about 99,000 and adjusted beginning balance of 3.4 million. We have an overall revenue of about 3.6 million and total expenditures of 2 million. That has a fund balance of about 5 million and which is 27.2 months in reserve. For current year, we have a beginning balance of about 5 million, and our total projected revenue is approximately 4 million, and overall expenditure projection of about 2.2 million. So that gives us a remaining balance of 6.7 million, which is about 27.9 months in reserve. And 22-23 is based on the governor budget, and 23-24 is based on realized. And with that, we have no immediate concern for this fund. Please let me know if you have any questions regarding these three funds.
Yes, thank you. This is Steve Whiteycamp from CMSA, and that Household Movers Fund is extremely healthy. My only question is, where do we show revenue from fines?
Okay. So fines, it's going to be under either delinquency fees or renewal fees. It depends. And the fines is going to be under other regulatory fees.
So Steve, just looking at the definitions earlier this week, you're going to find it, and I'm trying to move my mouse over it so you can see it, but that's not going to work. You're going to see it under other regulatory fees, and you're going to see it in other regulatory licenses and permits. For the most part, you're going to see enforcement in that 4129200.
Okay, but that doesn't encompass the total that we were informed of. So obviously the other part's in 400, right?
I believe so, but I don't want to mislead you. So let me make sure for certain where everything is, and I can send you an email and give you a summary. Is anyone else on the council would like to receive that notification? Okay, I'll make sure you get that this week, Steve.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Jamie Gorelli. I have a question about the reserve balance. Is there a target reserve balance that we shoot for as far as months are concerned?
Suzanne, what's the policy of the department? My personal one is usually about 12.
So for this fund, it looks healthy. You're talking about 3315, right?
Just the DCA's policy in general about months in reserve for any given fund.
So each one has a different, each board and bureau has a different limit, and some of it starts with 3 months and some of it goes up to 12 months and over. So it depends about the bureau, and I can check for you to double check and see what is your bureau is the target for it. You cannot exceed that many months.
Got it, I appreciate it. Just,
and I will get back to you on that.
Oh, no problem. So I would say anecdotally, I usually try to shoot for 12 months in reserve. The interesting thing about the Household Movers Fund is the program is ramping up. And so what you're going to see very shortly with more hiring, as well as conducting more proactive enforcement by basically the second half of this year, you're going to start seeing reductions in that fund based on those efforts, as well as some IT projects. So with all of that, once it comes online, I have to update the budget office with our projections because they are projections. Right now, we just have 5 actual months for the current year, and you'll see those trends change.
Okay, thank you. So that's not included in the 2022 through 2024 projections that are listed here.
Not at the moment. Once I get closer to actually filling a vacancy after we've done hiring, for example, I can contact the budget office once I essentially have a name. But until then, you're going to see these positions that just show as vacant. And obviously, if I'm not paying someone their salary, their pension, et cetera, you're just seeing that fund increase. That's just one example. Also equipment, as well as overtime for essentially sting operations and things of that nature, just because people are out in the field for several days, hotels, all of that stuff. So you will see that fund change, I assure you.
Thank you.
No problem. Suzanne, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have any more items for the update?
Actually, no, but I do have the answer for your questions regarding the how much in reserve. Okay, so it is as long as it is no more than 2 years for the fund 0752, we should be good.
Okay.
So we are, yes.
Any other council member comments on the fiscal update? Okay, and any public comments on the fiscal update?
Certainly, we're opening up the Q&A feature of WebEx. If anyone has any comments or questions about the fiscal update, you can click on the question mark inside a box icon, typically in the lower right corner of your WebEx screen, and type the word comment in that text box and hit send, and we will take comments in the order received. If you are a dial-up only audience member, you can hit *3 to raise your hand. And at this time, I do not see any requests for public comment. Shall I go ahead and close that up?
Yes, thank you so much.
You bet.
And thank you, and have a great day.
Oh, go on. Oh, thank you so much.
Thanks.
With that, we'll move on to agenda item 5B, which is the administrative update, who is actually be headed up by our very own Kelly Williams. Kelly. Kelly, it looks, oh, there you go. You're unmuted.
And it looks like the video has not started. Let me do. For some reason, my camera is not engaging.
Not a problem. You can proceed.
Okay. All right. So my name is Kelly Williams. I am the Bureau's Administration Manager and will be providing you with an overview of the changes to the Bureau's organizational structure and a status on the Bureau's staff vacancy rate. Before I begin, I'd like to share my background with you. I've got over 20 years of experience in the private sector with a Fortune 200 company where I had various management and human resources duties. I started with the state in 2013 and was part of the startup of Cover California. After 2 years with Cover California, I came to the Department of Consumer Affairs as a compliance manager with DCA's Board of Pharmacy. I joined BHUGS in May 2018 as a compliance manager just as the Bureau took over the Household Movers program from the Public Utilities Commission. My education includes a BA degree in Business Management and Human Resources, as well as a Professional in Human Resources certification. I am excited to take on this new role and I look forward to supporting the Bureau. Please refer to page 33 of the meeting materials for the organizational chart. Thank you. Positions on the charts that have a red strike through have been reclassed or moved. Positions in green font are in progress of being filled, and positions in red font reflect vacancies. The administrative unit was created to help streamline administrative functions of the Bureau, as well as provide centralized services and oversight of all administrative activities within the Bureau. The new administrative unit is comprised as follows. There's a staff services manager. There are 2 associate governmental program analysts, which we refer to as AGPAs. This is a journey level analyst position. We have 1 for human resources duties and 1 for contract duties. We have a staff services analyst, which is an entry-level analyst type position, and we have 3 office technicians. The administration manager position was created by reclassifying a vacant information officer position to the administrative manager position. All DCA boards and bureaus pay a pro rata charge to the Department of Consumer Affairs for shared services. These services include things like training, technology support, stakeholder communications, employee benefits and compensation, board and bureau relations, and facilities. The DCA Communication Division will be leveraged as part of the Bureau's pro rata charges. This department has both the resources and the expertise to address the communication needs of the Bureau. Examples of their support include social media accounts, providing webcasting and meeting live stream services, and drafting outreach messages and press releases. The prior organizational structure had 3 clerical support services staff reporting directly to the bureau chief, and 2 additional analytical staff reporting to the staff services manager 2, which is the deputy bureau chief. The deputy chief position, which is now vacant, was created prior to the creation of the supervising special investigator 2 position, which is currently held by Rick Vellucci. As there is some overlap in duties between the 2 positions, the deputy chief position will remain vacant pending further review. The bureau chief's primary focus should remain on high-level policy matters while providing direction and oversight of the management team. Bureau chiefs spend a majority of their time in meetings, leaving little time for day-to-day oversight of clerical and administrative functions. The admin manager will oversee the 3 support staff that had originally reported to the bureau chief and the personal liaison and contracts analyst positions that had reported to the deputy chief. The admin manager will be responsible for ensuring personnel policies are compliant with civil service laws, rules, and regulations, and that contract administration and purchasing are in compliance with the state contracting manual and supplemental memos from the Department of General Services. Next, I will discuss the Executive Secretary reclassification to an Administrative Support Analyst, which is in the Staff Services Analyst classification. The Executive Secretary position became vacant in August 2021 when the prior incumbent, Melissa Del Duca, was promoted to a compliance analyst in the Bureau's compliance unit. The Bureau is small and does not need a full-time executive secretary to provide support, draft correspondence, or schedule travel for the chief. In lieu of Bureau chief support, additional analytical support is needed to assist the administrative manager in overseeing the administrative activities of the Bureau. This admin support analyst will be responsible for coordinating all meeting functions for the advisory council, writing the meeting minutes, tracking advisory council member appointments, acting as the liaison with DCA's board and bureau relations, corresponding with council members, and addressing any issues that they may be experiencing. This position also provides support to the contracts analyst, personnel liaison, and support staff. Next, I will update you on positions that have been filled since the last advisory council meeting, as well as positions that are in the process of being filled. Filled positions include the bureau chief position, which was filled by Justin Paddock. Our former licensing manager, Karen Skelton, has joined us temporarily as a retired annuitant to help with licensing and data reporting, and is also helping to refine policies and procedures. The compliance unit had two analysts join us in January, Virginia McQueen and Nick Tabakis. Virginia was promoted from the BHUG's administration unit, and Nick joined us from the Bureau of Automotive Repair. Marie Goutier joined the admin team this week as a personal liaison and will be instrumental in helping the Bureau reduce the staff vacancy rate. Marie has worked for 3 different state agencies and has extensive experience as both a personnel specialist and as an equal employment opportunity investigator with the Department of Consumer Affairs. Marie has a BA/BS degree in technical management with a concentration in human resources, as well as a civil rights equal employment opportunity credential. Next, I'm going to explain the positions that we have in progress. Since August 2021, the Bureau has recruited and interviewed twice for the contracts analyst position, and they have to repost for that position. Interviews have been completed for 3 Northern California special investigator positions. Additionally, we are hoping to hire 2 additional special investigators from this recruitment for a total of 5 new Northern California special investigators. This month, interviews will take place for the Administrative Support Analyst. And then the posting for the Administrative Support Office Technician will come down tomorrow, and interviews will be held in the next few weeks. The Licensing Staff Services Analyst position will be sent to our headquarters for review and posting later this week, and we anticipate this position will be posted in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Does the Advisory Council have any questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Kelly, this is Bert Grimes. Did I understand you to say that you're getting 5 new Northern California special investigators?
That is correct. So
Okay,
we have three positions right now that we are refilling. We have another person that had left right at the end of December for a promotion, and we have another person who is leaving at the end of the month. So we will have a total of 5 new investigators for Northern California.
How many investigators do you have for Central and Southern California?
For Southern California, we have 6 special investigators. And then we also have an inspector 3, and then 1 field representative. We do have a vacancy though in our Southern California unit.
Okay, thank you.
And is there any questions from the public before we move to the next topic?
I've opened up the Q&A feature of WebEx so that people can ask questions about the org chart. If you have a question, you can hit the question mark inside a box icon typically in the lower right of your WebEx screen, or behind the 3-dot other options if you're using the WebEx app. I'll give people a moment. You can type comment into the text box and hit send, and we'll take comments in the order received. Each person will have 3 minutes to speak.
While we're waiting, Kelly, this is Steve Whiteycamp. I have a question on the org chart.
Okay.
Is it possible to have it more completely filled out with the names of the people in the positions? This would make a lot of sense, particularly in the special investigators area, for us to kind of track who's where and when. If we have the names, we kind of know where people are, and I think it would be helpful to us to know that information.
Steve, thanks for the comment. That's actually my fault. Kelly did have them on there, but I was just trying to protect some staff anonymity. Let me just check with my counsel, but I don't see a problem with giving you sort of like our staffing list.
Thank you.
And I do not see any requests for public comment, so I can close that part of the meeting.
Well, Kelly, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Moving on to item 5C. This will be our licensing update from Avra. Thank you so much.
Sorry. Good morning. Hello, my name is Avra Wallace, and I am the lead analyst in the Household Movers Division of the Bureau. I will be reporting on the licensing unit statistics, and I'm going to begin my presentation on page 35. Okay, thank you. The total active registrations for electronic and appliance repair are as follows. Appliance service dealers are 2,548. Electronic service dealers are 3,448. Combination electronic and appliance service dealers are 295. Service contract administrators are 68. Service contract sellers are 10,561 for a total of 16,920 electronic and appliance repair licenses or registrations, excuse me. The total active licenses for home furnishings and thermal installation are as follows. Furniture retailers are 2,011. Bedding retailers are 2,160. Furniture and bedding retailers are 10,965. Custom upholsterers are 453. Supply dealers are 91. Importers, which includes overseas manufacturers, are 5,873. Manufacturers are 1,340. Sanitizers are 24. Wholesalers are 160. And thermal installation manufacturers are 100. For a total of 23,177 home furnishings and thermal installation licenses. For household movers, there were 77 household movers permits issued from July to December of 2021. There was a total of 95 household movers exams administered, and we have a pass rate of 87%. To date, we have a total of 1,090 active permits. Moving on to the gross operating revenue. So gross operating revenue includes all revenue derived from the transportation of property having origin and destination within the state, where the revenue is derived from the transportation performed under a permit issued by the Bureau. So from July to September 2021, the total quarterly revenue collected is $1.1 million. From October to December 2021, the total quarterly revenue collected is $85,207. Fourth quarter revenue has been updated from the materials the council members received last week, but the information on the screen is up to date as of January 18th. Please note there are still outstanding quarterly reports the Bureau has not yet received, or has not yet received for the months of July through December. The final due date for third quarter filings was November 15th, 2021. So all reports received after that date include the late penalty fee. The fourth quarter due date is February 14th, 2022. This concludes the licensing statistical overview. Does the council have any questions?
First of all, Steve Whiteycamp, CMSA. I just want to make a comment that speaks to the health of the program and the health of permitted movers as we spoke and as was noted in the minutes from the last meeting where I talked about this. And I will tell you that this is the first time, I believe ever, that I've seen a quarter that was in excess of $1 million in fees. I think that speaks well to a lot of things and is something that should be in consideration when the Bureau is looking at a revision of how fees are collected from permitted movers. Obviously, this is working.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Does the public have any questions?
I'm opening up the Q&A feature of WebEx in case the public has any questions about the licensing report. You can look for the question mark inside a box in the lower right corner of your WebEx computer screen. Simply type the word comment into the comment box and hit send. We will take comments in the order received. And at this point, I do not see any requests for public comment. I'll go ahead and close that Q&A feature.
Aubrey, thank you so much. I appreciate the update. We will move on to the laboratory update, item 5D. That'll be held by our very own Rosemarie.
Good morning. For those of you who do not know me, I'm Rosemary Pacoda, Laboratory Supervisor. Can you hear me through this mask? Are we okay, or should I speak louder?
Great.
Okay. The last 6 months has seen the beginning of a return to semi-normal laboratory operations. Both the governor's June 15th, 2021 reopening of California and the ending of the personal leave program on June 30th, 2021 have provided a beginning to more normal laboratory operations. However, the recent COVID Omicron variant has upended some of the progress made. Although the department's telework program is strongly encouraged for work that can be conducted remotely, many of our laboratory operations do not support this on a regular basis. 3 staffing positions, 2 textile technicians, and 1 office technician remain vacant. The responsibilities and duties of the vacant positions are shared among the environmental scientists and remaining textile technicians. In the coming months, it is anticipated 1 textile technician position will be posted, and when filled, will provide support of the burn room operation, along with increased testing of products regulated by our Bureau. However, until the office technician position is filled, the duties and responsibilities typically performed by the OT will continue to be shared among the textile technicians and the environmental scientists. The laboratory continues to test furniture and bedding secured by our field investigators. The number of samples received in the past 6 months is higher than the number received in the previous 6 months. However, recent problems encountered with availability of laboratory supplies due to problems with the supply chain may curtail the increases made in the sample acquisition and product testing. Having finalized agreement in October with Department of Toxic Substances Control for this fiscal year, our laboratory has resumed sending samples to DTSC for flame retardant chemical testing. Contact with Consumer Product Safety Commission continues regarding implementation of the federal standard for furniture cited in the COVID-19 Regulatory Relief and Work from Home Safety Act. At present, there are no changes to the Bureau's mandated testing and labeling requirements. The January directory for thermal insulation is nearing completion and is expected to be posted in the coming weeks. The on-site assessment for the National Voluntary Laboratory Accreditation Program, otherwise known as NAVLab, which is accreditation of our thermal insulation program, was conducted on December 6th. This now completes the NAVLab 2020 accreditation assessment, which could not be completed remotely during the pandemic due to federal travel restrictions. Due to our department's ongoing discussion with NIST NAVLab regarding acceptable language for an agreement for payment of fees associated with accreditation, our on-site testing of thermal insulation is on hold. Additionally, our laboratory is not permitted to generate any reports using the NAVLab symbol until an agreement has been reached. However, in compliance with our Bureau's stated mandates, thermal insulation testing typically performed off-site by accredited contracted testing laboratories is continuing. I will now present the laboratory statistics for the first half of fiscal year 2021. This information can be found on page 37 of your materials package. Beginning with the top part of your sheet, on the left-hand side, I will go through the test types and the numbers received during this period. TB 117 2013, which is conducted for upholstered furniture. During this period of time, the past 6 months, we received 26 samples. In the case of mattresses, which requires 16 CFR 1633 testing, we have received 12 samples. Thermal insulation, we have not requested any samples due to our current circumstance. Bedding samples, we have requested and received a total of 14. The total number of all samples received during this period are 52. To the right of that chart, I will now go through the samples that have been completed for testing. For the TB 117/2013 for furniture, upholstered furniture, we have tested 39 samples that have passed, and there has been one failure. For a 98% pass rate, approximately 98% pass rate, and a 2% failure rate. In the case of mattresses, we have tested a total of 11. 9 have passed, 2 have failed, for an 82% pass rate and an 18% failure rate. To diverge a little bit from this, there was a comment brought up by council member in our last meeting that the mattress failure rates noted in the previous meeting seemed a little bit higher. To address his comment, an inquiry was made and the following response is now presented. The mattress test is a performance standard for finished products. There may be many possibilities for the previously observed higher number of failures, but we cannot pinpoint any single reason. It is possible the manufacturer may have changed material, possibly a barrier, or another element of their manufacturing process. We do not have information for comparison purposes. Please note there have not been any changes to our testing equipment or procedures, and all required calibration checks and quality assurance procedures remain in place and are conducted. Finally, the high result may be due to selection of mattresses during the random selection process. Whatever the reason, the numbers presented to the Advisory Council at this meeting today appear to reflect more typical pass-fail percentage rates. Okay, continuing now with the rest of the completed samples. In the case of thermal insulation, we've tested and received, we received results for 11 samples that have sent for outside testing. Of those, 6 have passed, 5 have failed, for a passing rate of 55% and a failure rate of 45%. In the case of our bedding, we have a completed analysis of 12 samples, all have passed. In the case of our labeling, we have reviewed labels for 63 products. During that time, of the 63, 8 have passed label review, 16 have had minor violations, 34 have moderate violations, and 5 had failed the labeling criteria. That gives a 13% passing rate, 25% minor violation rate, 54% moderate violation, and 8% failure. Also, at the last Advisory Council, it was requested what the failures comprised. Noting these 5 failures, 1 failed due to no registry number was printed on the law label. Another failed because it checked contains flame retardant chemicals on the law label, the flammability label. 2 products had expired licenses, i.e. delinquent licenses. And in the case of the last item, the 5th failure, they were using an outdated flammability label that has not been permitted since 2015. Of those 5, 4 were international and 1 was a California manufacturer. Continuing in the second half of our laboratory statistics. Typically, it's requested to see a division among our manufacturer locations. In the case of upholstered furniture, of the 40 that were completed, 7 were manufactured in the US, none happened this time to be manufactured in other states, and 33 were manufactured overseas. Giving an 18% of those completed were manufactured in California, and 82% were manufactured overseas. In the case of the 11 mattresses that were tested and completed, 6 were manufactured in California, 3 were manufactured in other states, and 2 were manufactured overseas, reflecting a 55% rate manufacturer location in California. 27% of those were manufactured in other states, and 18% were manufactured overseas. The third section of this page regards flame retardant chemical statement analysis. Of the 26 samples that were received during this period in time, I'm happy to report that all of them, of the labels that were checked, all of them had checked no added flame retardant chemicals on the box. So the rest of the columns are almost self-explanatory, since none checked added flame retardant chemicals, and I'm happy to say that all had indicated, so none left a box unchecked, so 0% there. And during this time, we did not request any flame retardant document requests being sent to the various manufacturers. However, we did send 5 samples to be tested to DTSC for analysis. In the final section of the page, you will note that there's samples analyzed with no flame retardant chemical statement. We have received during this period of time back from DTSC 3 that all indicated a pass, so no flame retardant chemicals are indicated, with 100% failure rate, passing rate, 0% failure rate. But please note that we have 5 samples that are still outstanding for DTSC testing. And as stated above, we have not sent any manufacturer's request for flame retardant document review. Are there any questions from the advisory council?
Yeah, hi, this is Don Lucas. I'm glad you're back testing in the laboratory, and I'm glad you finished the accreditation. That's important to keep up, so good work on that. I have a question about the thermal insulation pass rate. So it looks like 45% failed. Is that in line with what you've seen before, and why are they failing?
These are products, once again, they might be somewhat skewed because we are not testing. These are through our contract laboratory. And this is just, I would have to look back to see and ask Steve in the past, what is a typical failure rate? It is a little daunting, but to let you know, these were sent out for E84 analysis and consist solely of reflective foil and radiant barriers. So they do not represent the whole spectrum of battings and such that we typically do see.
Okay. The other is, which is a continuing problem, which is the labeling. So Justin, I don't know how much you've been on, but we've been discussing this, and the failure rate seems to have been, or the moderate violations and the failure rate seem to have been stubbornly high for years. And so I know it's a real problem, and I'm still not sure what we can do to improve it. But when we're dealing with CPSC, which has the labeling requirements, are you still working with them on trying to coordinate so that they really only require one label?
I actually do not know the answer to that question right now, Don, but I will get it for you. And unfortunately, I don't know the answer to the trend on the thermal insulation, but I'll also get you that one.
Okay.
Fauna, do you have any comments you'd add on just CPSC cooperation of late?
No, I think Diana would be the more appropriate person to respond to that.
Sorry, Diana?
Oops, sorry here. I don't have more information. I know that we were considering looking at combining the law labels since it's pretty much saying the same thing. So we are still taking a look at that.
So John, I think what I'll do is I'll make sure for the June meeting, and just before then, I'll update you personally that we actually provide the council an update on this, and then see if there's any sort of regulatory change we may need, just as we proceed. I think this will dovetail well with the percentage conversation. I know that Bert also will probably be raising when we're talking about our strategic plan. So I think I can combine those two.
Okay, thank you. I was also wondering if it would be possible for me to sit in on any conversations you have with CPSC. I don't have to speak. I'm just be curious about the interactions between the Bureau and CPSC.
Oh, Don, that's not a problem at all. We're always happy to have you.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Any additional council member questions on lab?
Rosemary, I have a question on the
I'm
completed. Pardon me? Rosemary?
Bert, I think you're probably a little far away from your microphone if you want to.
Oh,
maybe.
okay. Rosemary?
I can hear you.
Okay,
yeah,
thank
just speak
you.
a little louder, please.
Okay. I have a question on the first set where you have completed samples that pass and fail. Is there a way that you could break those down into the manufacturing locations? How many of the TB117s that failed came from USA, California, USA, or China? Or, excuse me, or overseas?
Are we talking about the one that failed?
Well, just like you have, say, the TB117, okay, 39% or 39 passed. Out of those
Okay.
39 that passed, how many? I'm really interested in the failure. Out of that one that failed on 117, where was that manufactured? On the mattresses, the two that failed, where were they manufactured? Can we break those down so that we know that the pass fail is by the manufacturing location? That way we could see if there's a trend that, for instance, overseas manufacturers may or may not fail at a higher rate. Then we could work on enforcement with the overseas manufacturers. If it's California manufacturers that have a high rate of fail, we could directly work with them.
Is that something that we could do ahead of time or do?
Certainly. Rose, do you just happen to know offhand the one TB117 failure? Do you know the location?
Yes, it failed. It was a California fail.
Okay, and then
Okay.
the mattress, what were those fails?
That offhand, I do not know. Since there
Okay.
were multiple, I'm uncertain of those.
Okay, so
So,
Bert, information, and then for future updates, if the fails stay that small, I think what I'll do is I'll ask Rose to sort of put a footnote, and then you would know the locations. Would that work for you?
yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I also think that, and we've talked about this before, is there a way we could actually, I know you had a slight breakdown right there you gave us on the number of failures. Is there a way we could really zone in on the failures, the minor, the moderate, and the ones that actually completely fail, so that we can feel, is there something we could put on the website, like maybe the failures were because we're using the wrong font, and could we on the website make sure that everybody realizes what the font needs to be, or how the label is laid out?
I appreciate that, Bert. I actually would like to do it, but it's actually really difficult to do something like that. Let me sort of explain why. It's really important that every sort of case that comes to us is treated on a case-by-case basis. If I start to essentially basically say a specific violation is a mild or a moderate failure, I would essentially be doing something called creating a rule of general applicability, which would be an underground regulation. So I'd actually need to write that in a regulation. Whereas when it comes to enforcement, it's really going to depend. So for example, if I've got what we'll quote unquote call a mild violation, so for example, the wrong font size, and I see it occur once or twice, and I essentially issue, I'm just going to pick on you, Bert, I'll issue you a fix-it ticket. And then you come into compliance right away and we fix it. I feel that that's a successful enforcement action. The outcome to the consumer is appropriate. The law is being followed. But if I start noticing, okay, 7 or 8 violations as for I've already talked to you, that quote unquote violation would still be considered mild, but I want to basically treat it in a different way at this point. And so, and the other issue to really keep in mind is industry trend. My hope is over time, the law label is going to be less and less of an issue after there's more outreach that I think we're going to be talking about later in the meeting. But also just more compliance and enforcement of the law label. And with that, there may be industry trends where I need to redirect things. And if I actually put it in a regulation, it makes it more difficult for me to be flexible over time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay.
If I may, this is Pascal Beniamini. Thank you, Rosemary, for the analysis. Excuse me. Regarding what I found really helpful when you focused in on the 5 failures on the labeling, and you told us 4 of them were in overseas, 1 in California. If you could do the same for the other categories, that would be very helpful as well. For the minor violations, moderate, and the pass. That would be very helpful for the future purposes.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Pascal.
Thank you. That won't be a problem. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any additional council member comments? Anne, would you mind opening the public comment?
Certainly. We've opened up the Q&A feature of WebEx for public comments on the lab report. If you hit the icon of the question mark inside a box, typically in the lower right corner of your WebEx screen, or if you're on the app, it's behind the 3-dot other options. You'll see a text box, type the word comment and hit send, and then we will call on people in order. Everyone will have 3 minutes to speak. And we do have a request for comment from Andrew Locke. Andrew, I will send you a request to unmute your microphone, and then you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, great. Thank you. Justin, welcome back. It's good to see you here again. And I would like to thank the Bureau staff for working with CPSC. Sorry, I should have announced myself. Andrew Locke from CPSC. We've worked with them quite a bit on trying to respond to inquiries and understanding some of the finer details. I'm happy to set up a meeting and talk with you about labeling because the way our new rule is implemented, it may make it difficult for us to enforce California labeling because that's not covered under TB 117/2013. That's under the other statutes. In response to Don, while I would be happy for him to be there, because of our public meeting rules that may be problematic on our side, we're allowed to talk government to government on an ad hoc basis. But when somebody from the outside comes in, it has to be announced and published and becomes an open meeting, and it becomes challenging. But we can continue to talk about that. Again, welcome back. That's all.
Andrew, it's so great to hear your voice. Well, I'll certainly be in touch. Dawn, I'll follow up with you once I've had a chance to touch base with Andrew.
Thank you.
And we have a request for comment from Tom Dykstra. And Tom, I will send you a request to unmute your microphone. And again, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Justin, nice to hear from you again. My question is on the TB 117 failure. I'm wondering if that is since you said it was from California, is that a reupholstered cheer or is that from a California manufacturer?
Rose will be answering, but I'd actually really be surprised if it was reupholstered.
Okay.
It was not a reupholstered, it was a new product.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Tom, it's great to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Yep, you're welcome.
And I do not have any other requests for public comments. So shall I close the Q&A feature?
Yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, council members.
Thank you, Rosemary. We'll move to our last item here, and just to sort of give everyone a heads up, we'll go to item 6, and then before the strategic plan, I think I'll give everyone a little break. But with that, we'll move on to agenda item 5E with Mr. Rick Vellucci.
Good morning, everyone. You can find the enforcement statistical overview on page 38 of your handout. My name is Rick Vellucci. I'm the enforcement manager for the Bureau of Household Goods and Services. I oversee the statewide enforcement operations, which include the compliance unit, statewide field enforcement, and case management. At the Bureau's Enforcement Division, we're providing outreach to businesses by way of issuing advisory notices and educating those businesses that meet the criteria. We have completed establishing the process mapping for each enforcement unit, and we're working on creating detailed procedures for staff to follow, which will increase their productivity and increase consumer protection. As part of the restructuring process, we've conducted training for all units and have implemented a process for the mailing of citations for out-of-state businesses and desk investigations. Kelly Williams covered our current vacancies, which, we are looking at a total statewide of 6 special investigators. We did fill the 2 staff services analyst positions in our compliance unit, which is a great help. And I'm going to be working with Kelly on filling the staff services manager position 1 in our compliance unit. I'll cover complaints received at this time. For electronic appliance repair, we received 645, closed without investigation, 414, and referred for investigation, 228. For household furnishings and thermal insulation, we have 346 complaints received, 224 were closed without investigation, and 120 were referred for investigation. For household movers, we've received 290 complaints. 37 were closed without investigation, and 253 were referred for field investigation. Total, we received 1,281 complaints. 675 were closed without investigation, and 601 were referred to field investigation. I might note the ones that were closed without investigation were non-jurisdictional complaints. For compliance unit investigations, for electronic appliance repair, they received 156 and closed 136. For household furnishings and thermal installation, they received 59 and closed 83. The difference in the number is some of these complaints came from prior to July 2021, and they were closed during this time frame. Household movers within the compliance unit received 7 and closed 4. A total of 222 complaints received with 223 total closures. For field investigations, for electronic appliance repair, they received 89 complaints and closed 81. For home furnishing and thermal insulation, they received 71 and closed 108. For household movers, they received 246 in the field and closed 158. For total complaints received were 406, and 347 of those have been closed. Each of our field investigators has an average of 34 open complaints in the 3 practice acts. And I might note, as a compliance unit complaints with minor, handle the complaints with minor violations, the investigator's caseload will decrease. which will provide field staff additional time for proactive enforcement work with hefty and air compliant sweep operations, and hopefully in the near future, our household mover sting operations. Citations assessed. In an electronic appliance repair, there are 123 citations issued. The civil penalties total $34,750. For home furnishings and thermal insulation, 159 citations were issued for a total of $157,000. With household movers, there were 20 citations issued, totaling $33,500. During this time frame, 302 citations were issued, totaling $225,250. The administrative citations issued for licensing, registration, and permits violations influenced licensure. Cited businesses are coming into compliance because of the strong enforcement operations and our citation review conferences. Proactive enforcement operations. In the past 6 months, field staff have performed 5 compliance sweep operations in Orange, San Diego, Riverside, Kern, and Fresno counties, resulting in 68 unlicensed citations for ear and hefty businesses. We have a project that we're working on currently. I have investigators in the field as we speak. It's a hold hostage load release project. Since October 2021, the Bureau of Special Investigations Unit has worked together to assist consumers in locating and obtaining their goods throughout the state. I've updated these numbers this morning, and currently we have recovered 15 hostage loads that have been released to the consumers. We have currently 40 hostage loads that are located and are being released this week, with additional releases pending. And these are all from the same company. We have 4 additional hostage loads from other unrelated moving companies throughout the state that we're working on getting these household goods released to the consumers. Field staff are currently working with approximately 12 separate storage facilities in Central and Southern California. These facilities are assisting the Bureau with locating and releasing household goods to the consumers. This concludes the enforcement segment of this meeting. Questions from advisory council members?
So Rick, Steve Whitey-Camp, California Moving and Storage Association. I can't reemphasize enough the good work that's going on with your group related to hostage shipments. It's huge. It's a life changer for the people who are impacted, and it's new nationwide. It's a new thing, and you guys are on the cutting edge of that. I did notice that citations for household movers dropped dramatically this quarter. Last quarter was huge. It appears kind of that you maybe refocus some of your proactive work with the other groups over the last quarter, and they've kind of stepped up. And I know that you guys are evaluating that whole process for the proactive sting work on the household goods side. I would just say keep the pedal to the metal and keep working that stuff and doing the good work. And I'm going to continue to monitor it, and hopefully I won't have to hold you guys accountable. You hold yourselves accountable and make sure that we move forward with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And understand, a lot of these investigations that we're doing, they're ongoing at this time. We haven't or may not be taking an action at this point, but we need to recover these goods for the consumers, ensure that they're made whole, and then we'll be looking at other aspects as time goes on. But I thank you very much. Do we have any other comments from council members? And do we have any public comment?
Okay, we've opened up the Q&A feature of WebEx for any public comment on this work that the Enforcement Division has been making. If you'd like to make a comment, you can hit the question mark inside a box icon at the lower right corner of your WebEx screen or behind the 3 dots icon if you're using the WebEx app. Or if you are a call-in user, you can hit *3 to raise your hand. And we'll give people a moment. You would type comment into the text box and hit send, and we will call on people in order received. And I do not see any requests for public comment at this time. Shall I go ahead and close that feature?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rick. Council members, Rick decided to just beat me over here by a few months, but Rick and I have worked for quite a while, so I'm looking forward to working with him again. Thank you, Rick. Moving on to agenda item number 6, legislative and policy update. This will be handled by Yafana Lamar and Diana Godinez. Yafana, do you mind taking it away?
Thank you, Justin. Good morning again, advisory council members and members of the public. I'll be covering the next 4 agenda items, so to save time, I will just move from agenda item to agenda item without kicking back to Chief Paddock. The first agenda item is 6A, Sunset Review Extension. The legislature delayed the Bureau Sunset Review to 2023. The extension was done through legislation by way of SB 607. It was amended into that bill on August 30th of last year, which came right after our advisory council meeting. Consequently, the Bureau will spend this year writing its sunset report, and next year the legislature will review the Bureau's performance over the past 5 years rather than 4. At the last meeting, I presented a chart of the sunset review process, and at the time we were in the middle of that process. So if you look at that chart, we are now at the beginning. So if you have any questions about the sunset review process, please let me know. I'm happy to walk you through that. This also means, since we're at the beginning stages, there is more time to consider any ideas advisory council members may have for inclusion in the report. Just for reference, at the last meeting, we advisory council members identified moving to annual fees for Hefty, removing percentages from labels, and the need for consumer outreach. So I wanted to take this time to ask if there are any other issues you would like us to bring up. So do advisory council members have anything they would like to add now? Okay, seeing none. Go ahead.
This is Bert Grimes. Sorry. Can you say what you're going to do again on those 3 items?
We're going to include them as issues, just things we want to bring to the legislature's attention to see if that's something that they would like to resolve.
Okay, what are those issues again?
They were moving Hefty license fees to annual fees. Right now they're biennial. Removing percentages from labels and the need for more consumer outreach.
Okay, and that'll be in the sunset review for 2023.
Correct. So I'll be working on the report this year and then working with the legislature and DCA legislative affairs next year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if there's no other comment from the advisory council, you can also bring this up during the strategic planning session, which will happen after the break. You can also contact Chief Paddock, Diana Godinez, or me anytime after the meeting. Anne, can you open this up for public comment, please?
Certainly, we've opened up the public comment Q&A feature of WebEx. If you've got any questions, we can take them by clicking the question mark inside of a box icon in the lower right corner of your WebEx screen. Type the word comment in the text box and hit send, and we will take comments in the order received. And I do not see any requests for public comment at this time. I can close that feature if you'd like.
Yes, please. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, I'll move to agenda item 6B, enacted legislation. AB 1221 by Assemblymember Flora was enacted by the governor on October 24th. It's effective January 1st, 2022, and this bill allows service contractors registered with the Bureau to offer month-to-month service contracts. This bill also allows them to offer continuous until canceled service contracts, so long as the continuous nature of the contract is disclosed in a clear and conspicuous manner. This bill defines clear and conspicuous for the purposes of the disclosure and requires affirmative consent from the consumer to enter into a continued until canceled service contract. This bill enacts other consumer protection provisions for month-to-month and continuous until canceled service contracts that I covered at the last meeting. The Bureau began implementing this bill as soon as the bill was signed, actually. We started receiving contracts for review from service contractors who wanted to offer these products. So the policy unit worked with our licensing unit on elements that they should be looking for in those contracts. We also have issued an implementation memo and provided training to the compliance unit for use when resolving consumer complaints. Do any advisory council members have questions about this bill? Okay, Anne, is there any public comments?
And we've opened up the public comment feature, the Q&A through WebEx. If you click on the question mark inside a box in the lower right corner of your WebEx screen and type the word comment into the text box and hit send, we'll take comments in the order received. And I do not see any requests for comment on the AB 1221. Shall I close that feature? You bet.
Yes, please. Okay, agenda item 6C, pending legislation. AB 224 by Assemblymember Daly would grant an exemption from the Bureau of Household Goods and Services permit requirements under authority of the Household Movers Act for storage container delivery companies when the storage container is packed by a person other than an employee or agent of the storage delivery company. We just began the second year of the 2-year legislative cycle, so this bill is technically still alive. The bill was held under submission in the Committee on Appropriations last August. It was actually the same day as the Advisory Council meeting. So that means it was pulled from consideration before the vote, and that's why it's technically still alive. According to bill sponsors, they plan to continue pursuing this legislation in 2022. Because AB 224 was pulled from consideration in the second house, meaning it passed through it was introduced in the Assembly, which is the House of Origin, and then it was in the second house, which is the Senate. The bill is subject to second house deadlines, so that would be the bill has to make it out of appropriations by August 12th of this year. If the bill is substantively amended, it could be referred to the Committee on Business Professions and Economic Development, in which case the bill must move by July 1st. We don't know where the sponsors are going to go with this, but we should have a substantive update for you at the next Advisory Council meeting. Do any Advisory Council members have questions about this bill?
No real question, just as you're well aware, California Moving and Storage Association is in direct opposition to this bill, and it's been a long road because they had a preceding bill, AB 2460, which was the same bill. So we've been dealing with this for 4 years. We do not think it's right that any entities have the ability to operate outside of the regulation.
Thank you, Steve. Are there any other comments or questions from advisory council members? Okay, and can we open up public comment?
Certainly, we've opened up the Q&A feature of WebEx for public comment on this issue. If you would like to make a comment, simply click on the question mark inside a box icon in the lower right corner of your screen, type the word comment in the text box and hit send. If you are dial-up only, you can hit *3 to raise your hand. If you are using the WebEx app, it's behind the 3-dot other options. You'll find the question mark icon. And I do not see any requests for public comment. Shall I close that?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lana, before
Okay.
you move on from pending legislation, may I ask that the Bureau track AB 294 Santiago? This is a
Absolutely.
Vehicle Tow and Storage Act, which would establish some kind of group, I don't know if it's a bureau, at DCA to assist people with problems with towing and storage companies. This is particularly an issue for commercial vehicles, and moving and storage definitely falls under a group of people that on occasions are taken advantage of by unscrupulous towing entities.
Absolutely. We actually are following this bill, but I appreciate whenever any advisory council member specifically asks so that I know you're interested, and I'll report on it at the next meeting, and we'll definitely be following it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to agenda item 6D, Bismod update. This is included in legislative and policy updates because I'm the project owner of the Bismod project, so I'm giving an update on that. Bismod is business modernization, which is intended to deliver a licensing and enforcement system in support of the Bureau's statutory and regulatory authority. The project will also include completing all documentation, manuals, and training aids used in conjunction with the system to help our staff become familiar with it once it goes live. Through a procurement option that includes shared costs with 3 other DCA programs, DCA has acquired Inlumon. It's an off-the-shelf system through the DGS software licensing program. In November, DCA published a request for proposals to procure IT implementation services to develop specific functionality within Inlumon for the licensing and enforcement system requirements of each of the 4 DCA programs in our cohort. In February, we will evaluate proposals to select a vendor with whom we will negotiate in March. The tentative project start date is in April, and system rollouts will be over 4 months, with the initial rollout scheduled for October. Household movers are currently on a system that is not supported by DCA, and its current host would like to retire the system. So household movers are the Bureau's top priority to get on the system, and they will be on the initial rollout in October. To facilitate transfer from the PUC platform to Inlumon, the Department of Consumer Affairs Office of Information Services has been working with the PUC since early December to convert and transfer data so we will not lose any historical household mover information. After the project begins, I will be calling on internal subject matter experts from licensing and enforcement to assist in identifying and developing system requirements. I plan to facilitate a subject matter expert by committee to reduce workload impacts to the Bureau and obtain a comprehensive perspective of ideal functionality for the Bureau. Do any advisory council members have any questions about the Bismod project? Okay, and can you open up public comment, please?
Certainly, if you've got any comments on the Business Modernization Computer Platform project and its progress, you can click on the question mark icon in the lower right corner of your WebEx screen. And in the text box, type the word comment and hit send, and we will take comments in the order received. And I do not see any requests for public comment at this time. Shall I close that?
Yes, please. Thank you, Anne.
You're welcome.
And we'll move to Diana Godinez, who will present on the Bureau's fee study being performed by CPS. Thank you, everybody.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Diana Godinez. I'm the policy manager for the Bureau. I'm here to discuss the CPS fee study. In our previous meeting, we briefly discussed our intent to conduct a study of the Bureau's existing fee structure. I am happy to share that we have contracted with CPS HR Consulting to perform a fee study on the Bureau's 3 programs. The study is being conducted to determine the appropriate fee levels for the recovery of the actual cost to the Bureau for the work performed to enforce its practice acts. The study will also provide recommendations regarding combining the 3 funds into a single fund. The Bureau has been working with CPS since this past December. CPS is currently meeting with each manager, gathering information to capture the work performed within each unit, and developing a task list which will be used to perform a work allocation time study, determining the percentage of time staff spends on each high-level process or task over the course of a year. The Bureau anticipates a draft report may be provided toward the end of April, with the final report to follow in May or June. The report will be included in the Bureau's Sunset Review report for review. And are there any questions about the fee study? I'm going to open for public comment.
And we've opened up the public comment feature, the Q&A. If you have any questions about the fee study, you can look for the question mark icon at the lower right corner of your WebEx screen, or behind the 3-dot other options if you're on the WebEx app, and type the word comment into the text field and hit send. Give people a moment to locate that. And I do not see any questions from the public. Shall I close that?
Yes, please. Thank you, Anne.
You're welcome.
I'll hand it back over to Justin.
Diana, thank you so much. Fauna, thank you as well. Council members, I promised you a break at this point before we move on to item 7, but I want to see if I can bear your indulgence. I think it may be helpful for Solid to essentially do an introduction to their item, and then maybe we can take a 30 or 45-minute break. Is the council okay with that? Would you prefer a 30-minute or a 45-minute? I want to be flexible. If you want to just keep on moving, we can keep on moving. But if you need a break right now, that's fine as well. And actually, just for folks to set up, we're actually going to do a 45-minute break. Okay, so I'm gonna take silence as acceptance from the council. So I think what we'll do is, if you don't mind, I'll turn the meeting over now for agenda item number 7 to our Solid team, and they'll just lead us through the introduction. Just as a reminder, DCA has been working with us. They've certainly surveyed the council, they've surveyed staff, and they've surveyed stakeholders to prepare what's called an environmental scan. That's actually going to start in your packet on page 53. And with that, I will hand it over to the Solid team. Thank you so much for helping us today.
You're very welcome. And just to let you know, the Solid team is myself, Ann Fisher, and then I have my assistant and co-moderator. Let's see.
Trisha St. Clair.
Fantastic. So what we're going to do as facilitators is we are going to serve as a neutral party for your discussion. We're going to provide structure as you work through your discussions. We're going to document the suggestions and options that people offer. And then afterwards, we'll go through and correct spelling and grammar. If you see typos on the screen as we are taking our notes, please don't worry, we will get back and fix that. It's not the final product. As a part of your participation, we know you will be coming back from lunch, but so try and minimize distractions this afternoon while we're doing the strategic planning. If you could respect each other's contributions. I know we all have a variety of experience and knowledge in all of your fields, so let's give each other the respect that we all deserve. I'd like to ask that we suspend judgment during our brainstorming. As one of the trite phrases is, there are no stupid questions, so let's try and keep that in the forefront of our minds. And then we'll have you just self-limit for self-monitor for time limits. If you find that you think you might be rambling, offer to yield the floor to the next person. And as a final comment, this is meant to reach consensus among the council. And if your suggested phrasing or your suggested idea didn't make it to the final version, keep in mind that it's for the good of the Bureau. Can you live with the final result, even if it wasn't exactly what you suggested? So as a part of the strategic planning process, we're currently doing our introductions and our strategic planning overview. We'll go through the mission, vision, and values of the Bureau as they stand now. We will take a look at the goal statements that have been provided, and then one by one, we'll go through and develop objectives for each goal statement. And the goals are licensing, consumer protection and enforcement, communication and education, legislation and regulations, and organizational development. So part of the why we're doing strategic planning is we want to take a look at where are we now, and the tools that we use to take a look at that are our mission statement and the environmental scan or environmental analysis that you got. And then we'll take a look at where we're going, and we can use our the vision statement as a sort of a guide light. And then as we look at how we'll get there, we need to develop we have the goal areas, and we're going to develop some objectives to help us reach the final vision for the Bureau. So as a task to help illustrate this, I'm hoping this is large enough on your screen that you can see there's a spray of numbers across there. And these numbers can represent all the different tasks and all the different emergencies and crises that come up for any organization. So it's kind of hard to move through them. So I'm going to give everybody 30 seconds to try and count from 1 all the way up as high as you can get in 30 seconds. You can tap on the screen, but be careful if you're on a touch screen that you don't change your view. But I'm going to give you 30 seconds to go through and find number 1, number 2, number 3, and all through the numbers and see how high you get. Any questions? All right, so let's go ahead and start. Okay, so that was 30 seconds. How high did anybody get? Feel free to unmute yourself and just holler out what's the highest number that you got to?
Sadly, I got to 11.
Okay, that's not that bad.
14.
Okay.
12.
Right.
9.
12.
Okay, all right.
13.
So that's good. So that's right around the amount that you could have gotten that looks quite familiar. That's very typical of groups. So now I'm going to let you in on the secret, and that is there's a grid that you can overlay. So item 1 is in the box number 1 in the top left. Item 2 is in the top center. 3 is in the right top, and on through 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then when you get to 10, you go back up to the top left. And things like that might make it easier for you to move through the numbers more quickly. So again, I'm going to give you 30 seconds and we're going to see how high you can get this time. So go. All right, so did you do a little bit better this time?
Yes.
25.
Yeah, 25.
All right.
34.
24.
39.
All right.
23.
Fantastic. All right, so this illustrates how valuable it is to have a plan in mind before you start acting. That if you have some sort of a outline of what you want to get done in what order, it helps you get things done much more efficiently and effectively. So at that point, that is the whole point of this exercise, is to show that strategic planning is a valuable tool. So to give you an overview of what Solid and the Bureau have done already, this is our strategic planning roadmap. We've already done the first stage, which is meeting with the client and deciding how we're going to do our schedule and things like that. Our next stage was to compile that environmental scan. So I interviewed a number of you. We did surveys to the external stakeholders. And now we are at stage 3, which is the planning session. So we're going to review our mission, the vision for the Bureau, the values, and then using those scan results that you've got in your packet, we're going to come up with some goals and objectives. After we finish this session today, we're going to draft out a plan. We're going to review that with Justin, and we're going to give you an opportunity to approve the plan. And then we'll start action planning, where we'll meet with the staff to assign steps of how we're actually going to get to our goal. So that's where we're at now. One of the tools that we use is called a SWOT analysis, and it's not SWAT like a fly swatter. It's SWOT. So in your interviews, you might remember that we talked about strengths and weaknesses of the board right now, the Bureau, I'm sorry. And then we talked at the end of the interview about opportunities and potential threats out in the world. And so what we want to do, of course, is we want to maximize our strengths and the opportunities to come. And we want to find a way to mitigate and decrease the effect of our weaknesses and any threats that might be coming down the line. So this is called the SWOT analysis. It's a pretty standard tool in strategic planning. So at this point, if you'd like, we can take a look at your mission statement. And this is the current statement for the Bureau. And you can give your input on whether you'd like to tweak it or revise it in any way. Does anyone have any edits they'd like to make? Sounds like this encompasses what people are assuming that we are here for, right? Okay, wonderful, great. So our vision statement is where we want to be if in an ideal world, everything fell in place. Are there any edits anyone would like to suggest for this portion of the vision statement?
Yeah, this is Don Lucas. I guess my only suggestion is to move the enforcement of the law later down, and providing customer service should be first, I guess.
Okay. Anybody else have any feelings?
Don, do you want it to be through providing customer service, prompt licensing, and enforcement of the law?
Yeah, I think that's better because, you know, you're not a law enforcement agency, and it seems like that's sort of where you're starting from, because you're really providing service to the customers.
I agree. It makes it more contractual as opposed to relationship oriented. Putting law first.
Yeah, this is Rick. I believe licensing should go before enforcement as well.
All right, alrighty. Any objections from the council?
No.
This is Fauna. Can we make enforcement of the law active voice rather than passive?
So enforcing.
Right. So it's consistent with providing customer service, you know, just for grammar's sake.
Okay, right.
This is Don Lucas again. I have a question about whether it's customer service or providing consumers service.
Don, I would expand it to customer just because we have a couple of customers. Obviously, a consumer who wants to file a complaint, but also a potential applicant as well as a registrant or licensee. So typically, just throughout DCA's programs, they encompass that all into customer service.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, whether the DCA had a overall vision that would use that. So I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'll double check, but I think that that's fairly consistent across the programs.
Okay. So sounds like we would prefer it to say the Bureau of Household Goods and Services vision is to be an efficient organization that effectively protects consumers and improves the marketplace through providing customer service, enforcing the law, and prompt licensing. Oh, no, sorry, prompt licensing and enforcing the law.
Yep, I think you got it
right. Beautiful. All right, fantastic. It's good to have a vision of where we're going. And then the values that we have been operating under are accountability, consumer protection, effectiveness, integrity, professionalism, service. Are there any values anyone would like to add or pull?
I would add education.
Okay. Does everyone agree that sounds fine?
I would agree to that.
Yeah, no objection.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Any other changes, tweaks? All right, so we will add that as another value. Thank you, fantastic. So as we get started through this afternoon, we're going to be trying to put together SMART objectives. And the acronym SMART talks about it needs to be specific. It can't just say do everything better. You've got to get a little specific. We also want our objectives to be measurable. So instead of get better, you would say perhaps, increase by a certain percentage. We've got to have action words, action oriented, And hopefully everyone got a sample list of action words that you can refer to as we go through this afternoon. Keep in mind, we'd like to be realistic. So don't, say completely end all hostage situations for everyone everywhere. That's a little unrealistic. And then we also want to be time-based so that it's clear when we know when we've finished and achieved our objective. So that's part of what we're going to work on. So as some samples of some good, well-crafted objectives, we've got things like create an expert witness manual for subject matter experts. And then we want to include a benefit, or why we would bother putting all that work in to increase the effectiveness of the reports. So there are some examples here of, creating, recruiting and training, developing. And then keep in mind why you're putting that work on the staff. What's the reasoning behind why that would be better? Why that would improve the Bureau's performance? So we've given a bunch of resources to you. You've got your worksheet that you received by email. You've got the environmental scan document in front of you. We've got our goal area statements. And we've got our newly revised mission, vision, and values. So after our break, we will go ahead and start talking in detail about what we want to accomplish as a Bureau. And our roles and responsibilities here in creating a strategic plan are that we are going to develop the strategic direction of the Bureau. Everyone here today has a hand in that. The executive officer and staff are going to be responsible for implementing the plan. Keep in mind, as you brainstorm this afternoon, staff have limited time and resources. So don't get too wild, but keep in mind some realistic objectives. And also keep in mind, consumer protection is our mandate. So that's sort of the reason we're here. Does anyone have any questions about the plan for this afternoon? Or the place they hold in this process today? Chris, did you have something? All right, so Justin, I believe we had talked about a 45-minute lunch.
Sounds good. So I think what we'll do is, council, if you can be back in your seats by 12:50, that would be great.
All right. Fantastic. Thank you very much. And I'll see you after lunch at 12:50.
Thank you, everyone. See you soon. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a nice lunch. Sorry it wasn't a little bit longer, but I figured we should probably move on. Diana, if possible, would you mind just briefly calling the roll? Just want to make sure everyone's back for our discussion.
Okay. Let's see. Pascal Benjamini.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Bert Grimes. I'll come back to Bert. Donald Lucas.
I'm here.
Thank you. Dan Rhodes.
Afternoon, I'm here.
Thank you. Steve Wynnekamp.
Present.
Thank you. James Corelli.
Here.
Thank you. Chris Higdon. We'll come back. Stephen McDaniel. He's out. Toby Taylor.
I'm here, thank you.
Thank you. We'll come back to Bert. Bert Grimes. And Chris Higdon.
I'm here.
Thank you.
And Tricia, why don't we give Bert just another minute and then we'll get going if that's all right.
Sounds fine to me.
I'm here.
Thank you, Bert.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sorry, late.
Fantastic. So at this point, then, we can go ahead and start the real meat and potatoes of the strategic planning, which is to start looking through and developing some objectives. So you all got, the council members got a worksheet beforehand with some space to write in some ideas that they can toss out there. And our first goal area is licensing. So the description is to administer a licensing process that permits applicants timely entry to the workforce while ensuring consumer protection. And if you are following along in your environmental scan, the summaries for that are on page 10 of the document.
Yeah, page 10 of the document, or if you're looking at your packet, page 62, either one works.
Perfect, thank you. So does anyone have any areas that they think the Bureau should think about working on?
Yeah, this is Don Lucas. It seems one of the weaknesses that's number one was the staffing issues. And I guess the thing is, it seems like that's a pervasive through all of them. So I don't know, how do you plan on handling it? Are we going to do staffing for each section separately, or is there a way to combine them?
That's an interesting one. I'm curious to hear what Ann and Tricia think, as well as the council. I agree that I saw that throughout the report. I was wondering if the best fit for that one is actually I think it's the 5th objective, the organizational development. I'm not sure if that's appropriate or not. I want to get everyone's feedback, because it's sort of a bureau-wide concern.
This is Kelly, and obviously I noticed the staffing issues as well. I did kind of do a document about how the admin team can support the Bureau, and it does focus on staffing. I could send that out via email real quick.
That sounds good, but I do agree that it might fit better in the organizational development section, just because it isn't just a licensing problem, it's all through the Bureau. So I'm fine with pushing it towards that side. Okay. Yeah, good idea.
Don, what do you think about that, or any other council member? Does that seem appropriate or inappropriate?
It seems okay to me. Like I said, rather than discussing it in 5 different sections and basically with the same issue, putting it in one, I think, makes sense.
And then I'll go ahead and make a note for the other areas as well, because it is mentioned in enforcement as well.
Okay, if we're looking at licensing and effectiveness rating, it seems as though the council thinks that you're very effective or effective. So I think this particular issue is something more for the staff to relate to.
Well, if you'd like me to briefly summarize, I think based on the comments that I reviewed, I sort of see 3 areas, and then I'm welcome to hear more feedback either from the staff or from the council. The 3 areas I saw in the report was essentially process and procedures, perhaps with setting some goals and timelines. Another one was improving customer service. And a third was online services, basically just making customers able to use more online functionality when they want to. Those were the ones I saw in the report. I'm happy to go into more detail, but just for discussion purposes, I don't want to hog the table.
Yeah, I agree. I think that those things, the only other bullet point that I had made a note of is slow processing time. And I think if you get your processes and procedures and your online software platform up and running, that'll take care of itself. So, yeah.
This is Rick. I agree. I believe the process and procedures, customer service and online services will be uniform throughout different areas of the Bureau. Although the benefits for each section would be different. And, you know, it's needed throughout the bureaus to recruit and train staff.
Right.
The action is establish process and procedures. The benefit would be to streamline the work, or if someone could put that in a better, I'm just throwing ideas out there.
Right. And Toby, go ahead and unmute yourself if you've got something to add.
Thank you. I do. I just wanted to take a step back real quick, and perhaps this is not the place for the discussion, but at the outset, I'd kind of like to throw out that I hope throughout this next year, and Justin and I had an opportunity to visit, which I'm grateful for, but I would hope that the council and the Bureau kind of analyzes the statutory and or regulatory obligations related to the ignition interlock industry and program in the state. And I'm not 100% sure, and you know, based on our conversation, Justin, I think we're of like mind, but what the role is going forward. But and I don't know where it fits into this strategic plan, but there is a requirement, as I understand it, of the council to oversee the installation of these devices for certain individuals, and there are a lot of states that license that. And so I don't know if this fits in licensing or where it fits, but honestly, I would just like for the Bureau to gain a better understanding of what this advisory council's role is in that industry and what we need to do to, communicate those results to the council, and then maybe identify gaps that need to be closed and let the council work on closing those gaps. I'm just not 100% sure, we haven't had a whole lot of discussion about it, where we go and what we do with it.
I appreciate that, Toby. My guess would be, but also I'm more than happy to solicit feedback from the council, would be, I think that would be a good item for our category 4, which would be the legislative and regulations. Because I think we do have to have a broader conversation, but I think that may or may not result in some policy changes we may need. And that's kind of where I at least see the first step in that conversation, but correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I agree with you 100%. I wasn't 100% sure where it fit in the scheme that we're working on, and I wanted to throw it out early so that I could get exactly that feedback from you, and I'm perfectly happy with it being in category 4. I just wanted to get it on the table early so that we could, hopefully find a slot for it to fit into. I appreciate that.
I have, this is Steve Whiteycamp, California Moving and Storage Association. I have 2 very specific licensing issues related to movers. And the first is the electronic filing process for insurance companies. That seems to be an area where a lot of things fall down. And there's a couple companies that do it, and then there's a whole bunch of people that can seem to be getting left on the sidelines because their companies aren't doing it right, and maybe there needs to be some kind of action taken to better explain the process, or to have somebody that could walk someone through it if it becomes really problematic, because having a moving company not be able to get a permit because the insurance company they selected is having difficulty with the electronic filing process, it just seems not reasonable.
Good point.
And,
So
yeah, I'm sorry.
would this be like communicate the requirements behind the filing process, or
Yeah,
would you
I
think
think
you
they're
should?
doing that. I just think for some reason there needs to be another level of that. There needs to be kind of, because there are just insurance companies that just don't get it, and at some point licensing tells me, well, if they don't get it, we're going to, the permit's going to not be. successful in completion.
Okay, right.
Steve, would you consider that maybe a subcategory of improving our online services, or is this separate? I apologize for my ignorance when it comes to this.
Yeah, I think it just seems like a general licensing issue, because when we're going through the licensing process, that it's one of the main areas where I hear people falling down, is that the electronic filing of that third party insurance certificate is just not working. And, and if they use people that we've recommended that are engaged in this on a regular basis, it's smooth as silk. But other people just, for some reason, don't seem to be able to facilitate it.
Fauna, in 30 seconds or less, can you just briefly explain sort of how it works?
Yes, the Practice Act requires that applicants have their insurance provider file with us online. And there seems to be some that have issues, like Steve said, and it results in an auto suspend of their permit, which they then have to go through and resolve. And other people have no problem at all. So we need to identify where that problem lies.
Okay, all right.
And the next issue that I would have is, in a perfect world, some kind of a better way of outsourcing the FBI background, or the background check is another area at this point completely outside of the control of the Bureau. And sometimes we do hear that there's a delay related to those background checks.
Steve, just to expand on that, is there any issue with those who may have a business here but are out of state? Or is it just strictly the wait time?
I have, it's the wait time. I've not heard from out of state entities challenges related to that specifically.
Okay, okay.
So maybe exploring outsourcing background checks?
Well, it's not something we could do. I think we could potentially review the procedures. We could review, essentially, I think would be your action word, to see if there's efficiencies. It is really tricky, just because that is something that has to be done by California Department of Justice and FBI. But I actually am not privy to what the specific procedures are here, so that would be a good review.
Oh, so it's in statute that these outside entities need to do it. Is that right?
Fawn is going to tell me I'm right, but I'm almost 99.9% certain yes, so they wouldn't be doing it.
You're correct.
Okay. So then if we needed to, we could think about sweeping this up into the first objective, which talked about taking a look at some processes and procedures.
I believe so, but I don't want to speak for Steve. I'm not sure how else to come at that issue, but it is going to take some research.
Right. And it might be worth calling out as a specific issue as we go into action planning with the staff, because they're the ones that are going to really carry that out. Any other processes and procedures that come to mind right off the top of your head that you'd like to iron out or smooth out? And this is also something that would come up naturally in action planning with staff too. So if the council don't have any particular pain points or aggravations.
I'm not really sure what kind of an issue on customer service, as somebody that's engaged in that on a regular basis. I would tell you the customer service is superior. I don't know. I mean, maybe there's always a way to improve something, but I don't see that as an issue, at least as far as I'm concerned, or the people that I've spoken with and that call me on a regular basis.
Do other council members have different experiences?
I don't have any, this is Don. I don't have any experience, but I noticed in the summary that the internal stakeholders say that customer service can be improved, but they mention in tone, and I'm not sure what they meant by that. Can we get any clarification?
I think I'm being very anecdotal here, and I certainly don't want to speak for all staff. Looking at sort of the raw commentary, I think as you would expect of just human behavior in general, later in the afternoon after the 12th sort of inquiry on some issue, there can be frustration just because someone's had a long day. Again, I don't have specifics, but I think it's just a matter of making sure, and it actually could go to procedure. So for example, just off the top of my head, I'm thinking, after someone spent 3 hours on phones, it's probably time to cycle them out and let someone else do it, just to sort of fresh seat, fresh eyes, just like a pitcher in a baseball game. But again, I'd have to get more feedback from staff, and I'm certainly happy to do that.
Maybe the action here is enhance customer service to meet the mission of the Bureau.
And there's also an opportunity to provide training if it's something that you think people might benefit from, just having a refresher.
How about reviewing the processes and then determining what improvements may be necessary?
Right, review and recommend, or, right. Oh yeah, if needed, then enhance if needed. That sounds good.
So this is Don. I'm curious, how many of the Bureau staff actually engage in customer service?
I would say, in one respect or another, there isn't anyone who doesn't fall into that category, other than potentially a few laboratory technicians. But honestly, even then, I think everyone's engaging in customer service. I would say, as far as phone coverage, there's certainly specific licensing staff, and then there's certain compliance unit staff who are certainly fielding quite a lot of phone calls on a daily basis, as opposed to other individuals at the Bureau. So I would say, I'm being very anecdotal here. Looking at the org chart, I would say there's 9 individuals who are spending quite a lot of time on the phones, engaging in customer service. But Kelly may correct me if I'm wrong. There may be a couple more here that I just am not aware of yet.
So I'm wondering if the number is, on the order of 10, might it be better to try to take a look at those people and examine what's going on there and seeing if there's improvements that can be made, as opposed to a more generalized across the board at first? Because if that's where the bulk of the customers are actually interacting with the staff, that might be the first place to look for improvement.
I agree with that. And just speaking as a manager, that's certainly what I would do first, is I would just sort of meet with the group, talk to them, see what their frustrations are, what procedures they have concerns with or like, and then essentially just take my investigation from there.
Yeah, I did like your idea of cycling people out, or letting them. You don't want to have a person, like you said, spend 8 hours a day, listening to customer complaints. That would be a tough job.
That all sounds good and appropriate, but wasn't an initial comment made that this customer service issue was brought forth as from an internal customer review, which would be not necessarily have anything to do with phone communication from permittees or the public? It might have to do with coworker relations.
I will certainly double check with staff, but just having reviewed the raw comments, I think it was phone interactions with outside stakeholders. But as I discuss further, if I'm wrong, I'll certainly pivot.
Okay, so to review, take a look at what's going on and talk about it, and then brainstorm some ideas on enhancing. That sounds appropriate, right? I'm curious now, online services, as I worked through creating this environmental scan, I kept coming back to the idea of environmental or of online services and the fact that you're in the middle of converting. And so much of this is going to get resolved. But is there anything that you as a bureau can do to smooth out the process of converting through Bismod?
This is Tricia, the co-facilitator. If I might add, if you have a project that you're not completed with but currently engaged in, it is often a good idea to include it in your strategic plan just to make sure that it gets accomplished and hold yourself accountable. So having online services as an issue in your strategic plan is probably a good idea since it did come up in the environmental scan report.
What I would say to the council is in my former role as the licensing chief of the contractors board, I was very gung-ho about online services. And there's something very similar at the contractors board for contractors to upload workers' comp policies, which is why I'm interested to learn more about the e-filing procedure for the insurance companies. I think that that's probably going to be a subcategory of the online services. I can certainly say Fauna's hands are going to be very busy the next few months with the business modification. But along with that, I think there's a lot of other services that we can consider. And while it's certainly something we won't see overnight, my sincere hope in the next 5 to 6 years is any applicant of the Bureau, very similar to anyone who will be logging on to TurboTax in the next few months to file their taxes, can essentially be doing the same thing on our website where they can go screen by screen, answer questions, fill in information, and then move on to the next screen and then electronically submit their application or any sort of licensing transaction. That obviously will take time. It's certainly not something that happens overnight, but I know it's very helpful for essentially licensing team morale. Just because you're minimizing corrections and the back and forth to make to sort of fix errors, as well as having just a good jumping off point to even have a conversation with applicants or licensees.
So Justin, this is Don again. I'm ignorant, so can you explain how much control your bureau has over its own websites, or do you have to conform to DCA policies, and do they provide the technical background to include websites and things?
It's very much a partnership. So for example, if you were to go on our website right now, the format is supposed to be consistent for all DCA entities. But within that, we have a lot of flexibility to work with the DCA IT team to get what we need. And so I would say our website will always appear the same as you would see on optometry or veterinary or medical board. But within that, just because we all are very different in what we need and what needs to be filed with us, we have a lot of flexibility to make augmentations to the various web pages as is appropriate for quote unquote our customers.
So in particular, I learned when I was in charge of safety training at the National Lab, is that the way people interact with the websites varies tremendously. And I hope that you can have enough outside feedback from people. In fact, that's probably more important to get the feedback from non-experts than having internal experts design things and then just roll them out.
I agree with that. And what I would say, if anyone's curious, one of my favorite websites on this is the City of Roseville. I think the City of Roseville has created a phenomenal website for essentially their constituents. It's very user-friendly. I really like the model. At CSLB, we really started adopting quite a lot of it about how they laid out content, how you navigate it. And I need to talk with staff and stakeholders, but hopefully we can do some of that here as well.
Could you investigate hiring people from Roseville to do?
I'll see what I can do, Don.
So what sort of an action word might we think of as far as continuing the progress towards being fully serviceable online for all of your stakeholders?
If I may, to Don's point, he may be onto something. You know, it's quite possible the city of Roseville has contracted with a contractor or a consultant, and that's something that the Bureau can look into and contract with that outside vendor.
I'm happy to do that. Having been a former intern there, I know it's fairly internal, and I actually got to witness some of the development, which was great to see. But yes, I'm happy to follow up and sort of see how things are going of late, because the website since I left is vast and away exponentially gotten better and better. I think they do a really great job.
Right.
So I would suggest continually improve as the action.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is that you're never going to reach an end point on that. And as Justin mentioned, it's going to take a long time.
Right, right. And Justin, am I correct in believing that you probably are fairly locked into this Connect platform for the business transactions portion of things?
Are you referring to Inlumen?
Well, I think it's whatever the new breeze was going to be called.
Yeah, so that is in Lumen, and yes, we are. But what I would really highlight is I know engineers has been working on it, and there's a couple of other boards and bureaus. I just don't recall specifically which they were, but I would say that software is incredibly flexible. It really is. It really is sort of like a starting point, and programs can really build it how they need it.
Super good, good.
I have another issue as we look at that from the IT perspective, and I did share this with the IT review group, is that the first thing I think from the perspective of industry and particularly in the moving business is to have a platform that allows for the electronic collection of fees. That will prevent people from falling out of compliance more than almost anything, and simplifying that process or not bringing that process into the 20th century is going to be is a big improvement. So number one on the IT.
I wholeheartedly agree. During the pandemic, CSLB was able to essentially get their renewals online, and that made a huge difference. And yes, I agree.
And this is Fauna and Steve. That is a major element of what Bismod is going to capture, is implementing online payments for everything, any fee that we charge. So that's a very, very high priority.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Hi, this is Jamie Gorelli. I just wanted to add a point. I had written down here, create an efficient and modern licensing process. The modern aspect, I think we've covered. We've talked about this on a few occasions, and electronically paying for fees is already confirmed. However, from my standpoint, it's just not efficient, the licensing process. There's a lot of questions. I think it's almost 50 pages long to apply for a license. And I think because of how cumbersome it is, there's a lot of people that just throw their hands up and don't go through it. And so they're advertising or offering services much less than a licensed carrier, and we want everybody to be licensed. So if there's a way to make it more efficient, that we'll be able to pick up more people to be licensed and make it more fair and balanced as the values of the Bureau, I think that would be really helpful.
Hi, this is Fauna again. I was going to bring that up whenever we shifted to staff. I was going to suggest we say revise household mover application, or the household mover application, I mean, it is 50 pages and it's very difficult to fill out. And we have seen that it prevents people from becoming permitted. So the benefit would be to increase compliance and reduce barriers to licensure. Is that what you were kind of getting at, Jamie?
100%.
Okay.
And I think Trish is typing. It's probably going to be this comment's probably going to be a little bit of both 1 and 3. Just an FYI. Because the process procedure is where we'll actually streamline the form, and then we got to get the thing online after we're done with that.
Right. Right. So we'll make sure to include the form in our action planning discussion. Great. Okay.
So this is Don again. I'm wondering on both the processes and procedures in the online services how are you going to decide which things get the highest priority and set timelines for them?
There is an action planning process where we will talk with staff, and Justin will certainly be there to help give a realistic view of what staff can get accomplished. But if you as a council have areas that you want to prioritize, I certainly encourage you to mention them here.
And Don, what I would say is, once we actually have the strategic plan shaken out, and part of the presentation would essentially be, the way that it would work is at each council meeting, we would sort of give you an update on all of our items, and how they're coming along. And then also present to you sort of what our priorities are so that you can help us adjust if you disagree, etc.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, and I believe, but Anne can correct me if I'm wrong. As part of the action planning, we're also going to be probably setting ourselves some deadlines for various things, and then that just sort of helps us keep us accountable, because I think, as I've mentioned to all of you in our discussions, this is essentially going to be our report card. So whatever this document shakes out to be, these are the things that you are telling us we need to care about the next 5-6 years, depending on how big it is. And what we need to deliver.
Exactly. And the fact that, I mean, we Solid can provide some tracking tools, but the fact that you already are planning to report at each meeting is an excellent sign that you do have, every intention of continuing the work. There are groups who do not ever report back on what they were supposed to be doing. And that's a red flag. So. As I'm looking at objective number 4, improve communication about the electronic filing process for the insurance companies. Now, is the end result going to be, I guess it's a mix of improving licensing timelines, but also encouraging people not to just give up and work unlicensed. And so compliance is a part of that, but timelines, is that also a part of things?
Just in my licensing experience at DCA, yes, it's two sides of the same coin. If you make the application too hard, if you make the directions too long, it really is daunting, and people will give up and just work under the table, which is a complaint throughout DCA. I've noticed, but I'm curious to see what the council thinks. There are certain levels of complexity you just can't get rid of when you're doing an application review. But I'm really a huge fan of what I call that TurboTax model, which is just taking things in little chunks, asking the applicant several questions, and then essentially populating the information that the Bureau needs, and then moving on to the next set of questions. And I think doing it in chunks, it helps minimize review, and that's huge to processing timelines. If you have fewer corrections to make, you're getting licensed so much quicker.
Exactly. Fantastic. So, all right, so we're good on the first four, and then we're happy on the fifth one as well. Is that review the background check procedures? Do you want to keep that as a separate item, or would you like to sweep it up into the first one of increased overview of practices and procedures in general? It's not a problem to leave it on its own.
So this is Don. I think it might be a too small of a chunk to be a separate item because I thought we were supposed to be looking at a high level issues in here as opposed to individual items, or am I wrong?
That was I was leaning towards the fact that this might be a little too granular.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so would anyone object if we put notes about the background check procedures up into objective number 1?
Steve, I'd just like to have your feedback on that if possible. I just want to make sure that's fine. I mean, we can certainly make it an action item. I just want to make sure that's appropriate.
I'm fine with it. It's on the record. It's an issue. It's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Great. All right. Any other areas that you read about in the environmental scan that you think could be addressed? Anything that has come to you that you'd like to take a look at in the licensing area as far as improvements or objectives to keep in front of mind as you move forward?
Yeah, this is Don. I was just curious why only one external response in the licensing weaknesses was recorded.
Let me take a quick look here. It was an extremely small response rate, and I think a part of that is that the Bureau does not have email addresses for a lot of the stakeholders, the external stakeholders. It's hard to get word out to the general public. Here's a survey to complete. That's not exactly a popular thing to go over and do.
Yeah, I agree that it's really difficult to engage them, but somehow it would be really important, I think, whether it's upfront or during the development of new processes and procedures, is to get as many external people involved as you can.
I certainly agree with that, Don. And I think that'll probably go to the importance of the outreach item when we get to communication and education. My guess is a couple of the council members I've spoken to want to talk about outreach, and I think that will be important so that we're more known.
Right. Yeah, but the only specific input I got for licensing for people outsiders was that fictitious business names that are too similar to each other, some level of review for that, and then just the generic concept of unlicensed activity. So if you feel like you're finished with the licensing area and the improvements or the goals that you want to keep in mind, we can take it to public comment, or if you have something else to suggest, you certainly may. Okay, I think that might be a general agreement to go ahead and go to public comment. So we're going to go ahead and open up the Q&A portion of WebEx. If anyone has any input on the licensing objectives that we've come up with, or any other licensing objectives that someone would like to suggest, certainly type the word comment into the Q&A text box and hit send, and we'll give you a chance to address the council. All right, I don't see any public comments, so I'm going to go ahead and close the Q&A feature. And then we will note that we have 4 objectives that we have defined through our licensing. Let's see, and so now we can go on to our next goal area, which is going to be enforcement. Does anyone have anything?
And Anne, I've made you the presenter
Okay,
so that we can
fantastic.
scribe.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great. Okay, so we're
So
going to hop
the
down to
next goal
enforcement.
area is consumer protection and enforcement. And you see the goal statement right on the screen. And then if you wish to refer to the summary on the scan itself, it's pages 16 through 17. I'm not sure what pages it would be in your meeting materials.
That would be page 66 and 67.
Thank you. And then Anne, I don't know if you can make it a little bigger.
You bet. Let's do that.
Wonderful, thank you.
You bet.
And then does anyone, do people need some time to review materials, or did anyone write out any objectives or issues ahead of time?
Yeah, this is Don. I just have a question on the effectiveness rating. It seems like the internal stakeholders think poorly of the effectiveness compared to the external and the council. And I'm just wondering where the disconnect is.
Again, I hate talking for staff because I certainly need more of their feedback from here. But what I can say anecdotally from reviewing the comments is that I think it's about consistent procedures and communication. I think just the fact that there's been a lot of leadership turnover, I think there needs to be just a return to established procedures where everyone can sort of see where they're written down, what's supposed to happen on a particular action. And then also, where things need to go for review when staff have completed them. Again, I really don't want to put words in staff's mouths, but that's the assessment I've seen so far.
Justin, if I can jump in here.
Yeah.
Rick, Alda, and I worked on this, and our first goal that we discussed was the action is established. The issue is process and procedures. The benefit is to create consistency and accountability. And the accountability part goes with our values that we discussed earlier at the start of this.
All right, so we have established procedures to, was it enhance consistency and accountability?
Establish process and procedures to create consistency and accountability, enhance and create.
Okay.
That's good.
And then to create and enhance
There we go.
consistency. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
Well, my responses are usually too granular, but I will say something and then someone sharper can refine it for me. But I believe there definitely needs to be a emphasis on proactive enforcement.
Okay.
What I would call stings.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing that up. That was our second issue that we discussed amongst enforcement. The action for us was START. The issue was sting operations. And the benefit was to enhance consumer protection, which relates directly to our mission.
Steve, that wasn't granular. You stole mine.
I think she said to enhance consumer protection, but that is also your mission.
Correct. Yes.
Steve, you are being very strategic, not granular.
Okay.
Not only would this affect enhance consumer protection, it would also increase our permitted movers within the state. You know, by conducting these types of operations, part of when we send them to court, part of the requirements of the courts are to become permitted or licensed.
Okay.
And I believe that that would have a huge impact on the unpermitted movers in California over a period of time.
Thank you. Anything else?
I had written down to create an enforcement committee with industry partners to
Okay.
help minimize turnover at the Bureau and improve enforcement capabilities. I guess maybe this is granular, but maybe my thoughts were if you're having a difficult time with training and getting, I'll call them new hires, capable of enforcement, perhaps creating a committee that can help them that are in the industry would be beneficial.
I believe another issue is effective recruitment of staff.
Okay. But I was just going to give my Anne a chance to finish typing the first one, so forgive me.
Not a problem.
Yes, so that
To improve.
was it employee training, or it sounded like it was something about the training of employees for the benefit of number 3?
I said to help minimize turnover at the Bureau and improve
Okay.
enforcement capabilities.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much. And then I'm apologize for interrupting. Someone had began the issue, effective recruitment of staff.
Yes, this is Rick. The effective recruitment of staff would improve the retention of qualified investigators. Some people come over and they're overwhelmed, and this is just not a good fit sometimes. So if you have an effective recruitment process and evaluating your candidates, the benefit would be qualified investigators and retention.
Okay.
Staff.
This is Kelly. I had really the same thing, but it applies really to the whole Bureau.
And I think as we had previously discussed, this really does go for the whole Bureau. So I think it may better fit. And I think is it item 5, the organization?
Right.
Yeah. All right. So do we want to move this one or save this one for the organizational development goal?
Is it fine?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Anne.
And I don't know that we got an action word, as I recall.
I think the benefit was to improve retention of qualified staff, but
thank you.
Mm-hmm. And it might, yeah. Could be implement. I'm just throwing that out there.
Right.
That would be a great action word.
Okay. Wonderful.
Fantastic.
Okay, so we've got 3 objectives, and generally, just so you know, you generally want to aim for 3 to 6 objectives per goal area. So certainly 3 is sufficient if you feel this looks good, but I also want you to have the opportunity to address any issues you deem important, especially if they've been brought up by the environmental scan.
Yeah, this is Don. I'm just wondering if outreach should be one of the items, and I'm ambivalent right now, but it seems like both the industry and consumers need to know what and how the Bureau provides services.
That's a great point. And you have goal 3 is communication and education. So that's basically outreach. So I don't know if we want to save something like that for goal 3 or if we want to put something here that's specific to enforcement. And I'm just throwing that out there.
Just having talked with a few folks, I think there are going to be quite a few outreach ideas when we get to that item. My guess is that's the better fit, unless someone disagrees.
This is Fawn. I wanted to make a comment on that. The Household Mover Act requires us specifically to perform outreach to local law enforcement. So I think that's why it's being brought up here in enforcement.
Okay.
Yeah.
So because of that, we would like to keep that here.
Yeah.
Doesn't that apply specifically to the household movers? Reaching out to.
Yes, it's the Household Mover Act that requires us to perform outreach to law enforcement. The other practice acts don't require that.
Okay.
Okay.
And so for an action word, like perform, offer.
It's meant to increase cooperation among the agencies. When we were also required to do proactive enforcement, specifically stings by the Practice Act. So it's, having those relationships with local law enforcement will, get their buy-off when we do criminal referrals, or it'll allow us to get backup for proactive enforcement. So
okay.
How about
that's
coordinate?
the purpose of it if somebody wants to come up with the benefit.
Actually, that sounds like the benefit right there is to increase cooperation amongst the different agencies. That sounds like it would be a good benefit to increase cooperation.
In the issue, law enforcement and local prosecutors, because they're the ones that will eventually prosecute our cases.
Okay, so law enforcement and local prosecutors. So for an action word, carry out.
Or coordinate.
Coordinate. How's that sound?
Sounds great.
Wonderful. Okay, so we've got 4 objectives. Does anyone have another that they would like to add, or?
I have one more for consideration.
Okay.
The action would be to leverage. The issue would be our Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration Agreement. You can put FMCSA, yeah. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay,
And the benefit would be to, one second, let me take a look at my notes. Leverage our FMCSA agreement to better serve consumers is what I have here, but Rick, Alda, if you guys want to jump in to make that a little bit of a stronger statement.
Protect California consumers from unlicensed movers.
Thank you.
Unpermitted, I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you. Anything else? All right. So it looks like we have 5 for our goal area number 2. And now we need to go to public comment. Oh, sorry.
Right. This is Ann. I just wanted to ask now, the outreach to local law enforcement and local prosecutors, it's in statute for household movers, but did you want to open that up to all of the areas, or do you want to specifically concentrate on your obligation at this point?
I think that would be, although there are sections of law that we could refer to prosecutors for the other 2 practice acts. But, you know, I believe that the biggest issue we have right now are with the unpermitted movers. It is humongous. If we could focus on this and then at a later date entertain the idea of the outreach to these folks for the unpermitted or unregistered ear and such as that might be an option. But in seeing what I've seen over this past year, I think the unpermitted movers is huge. And I think this should be the focus at this point. But you all can correct me if you disagree.
I think just anecdotally, having talked to a few industry individuals, I think it's very similar in the Bear area as well. There is a lot of unlicensed activity there. What I would say is I think it will be important as I think we move, the next item we'll be discussing this. There is going to be a need for the Bureau to have a comprehensive outreach plan and decide sort of what the priorities are in all 3 areas. So for example, you know, law label outreach is going to be important for Hufty, licensure requirements in Bear, as well as HHM. But yes, I think it will be important in the next few months that we sort of come up with a comprehensive outreach plan for all 3 prongs. Whether that's going to be enforcement or licensing, I think it'll very much depend on the situation. But I think, yeah.
So did you want to think about moving that to the communication and outreach area, or you want to leave it here because there is a specific?
Well, there is a specific legal requirement, so I do get that. I want to just see sort of how the conversation evolves as we move on. Maybe I'm just, yeah.
Sure.
All right, and we are creating a draft today, so even if we keep this objective here, if at a later date when the council reviews this for approval, they decide to move it, that's fine too. All right, so I think we're ready for public comment.
Okay.
Can go ahead and open that.
Just 1 second here.
So
okay,
Anna,
fantastic.
yeah, I just,
oh, thank you.
Yeah, I went ahead and opened it. Yeah. So if any member of the public would like to comment on goal area 2, the consumer protection and enforcement objectives, please type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of your screen and submit it to all panelists. If you're not seeing the Q&A panel, you can click on the square with a question mark within it, and we will give you a moment. All right, I'm seeing no requests for comment at this time, so I'll go ahead and close the Q&A panel. And then Anne, I know I'm scribing for you for the next goal area, so I'll, yep,
Great.
Go ahead and share my screen.
Fantastic. All right, so our next goal area is communication and education.
Oops, sorry.
That's okay.
There we go.
And so it seems like the pattern is that if this summary is on page 25, that it would be 75 in your meeting material. Is that right, Justin?
Let's see, page 25. Nope, sorry, it's on 77. You're
oh,
close.
man. Okay. All right. So we can give people a minute to take a look and see if they've got any objectives that they wanted to suggest for communication education. It sounds like it might be a busy category. Do any council members want to hop in with their suggested things to work on for communication education?
I would like to see the Bureau educate the consumers on what the purpose of the Bureau is and how it protects the consumers. That would be the issue to me.
Right.
And I think
Wonderful.
And I think one way we could do that is to collaborate with, other agencies. Like the California Department of Food and Agriculture, they're very involved in the fairs. If we could, the county fairs, so if we can get some literature out to them, or like Steve was mentioning earlier about the Department of Consumer, what are those contractor state license board, Steve? That,
Yes, the senior scam stopper
yeah.
seminars.
Yeah, and if we could coordinate with the other state agencies that are already out there communicating with the consumers and ride along on their cape and let the consumer know what we're doing. We have a great program. We're protecting people, but nobody knows. I don't know. I don't think anybody, very few people that I've ever talked to know that you have to have a license to come in and work on somebody's home computer.
Right.
I didn't know that till I was on the Bureau. I doubt if many consumers even know that.
I agree. And so possibly to let consumers know the scope of licensing.
Yes.
Or advisability of asking for licensed providers.
And knowing what's available. Yeah, knowing what's available to them, what resources they have if they deal with somebody who's unlicensed.
Perfect.
And this would be covering all three practice acts.
Agreed.
On the flip side, the same type of education with different benefits, obviously, with respect to industry and things that industry can learn from when they have questions, outreach that the Bureau can do, particularly with law labels and other aspects where there are, several years ago, for example, the Bureau published some really helpful FAQs on what a law label should look like. And when TB 117 2013 went into effect, again, I think the industry really benefited from that, and that type of educational materials can benefit all three branches here as well. And when the industry is educated and informed, the consumer is protected. So there's, to me, it goes hand in hand.
Right, as far as standards of practice and that sort of thing, what's required to maintain a license in good standing, things like that.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you, Pascal. Is it possible maybe in the box below just for an action item? I think probably an FAQ review would be good. It's always good to polish those up every couple of years.
Yeah,
Good.
in my line of work as an employment attorney, I heavily rely on FAQs that the state publishes on various, particularly with, Cal OSHA, COVID, everything in between. Uh, FAQs can be very helpful.
Absolutely.
So I know there's some challenges related to communication for enforcement actions, but boy, is there real value in some methodology of sharing that information. It's outreach to the permitted community. It's outreach to bad actors. It tells everybody, hey, we're doing things that enhance the value of your permit. We're doing things that tell bad actors they shouldn't be involved. All those things. So maybe the term press releases are not something that the Bureau can wrap their arms around, but any way that they can do a better job of getting the message of their good works out will benefit all parties.
I think press releases are very reasonable. That's a reasonable request, Steve. And then, Steve, I assume you're going to make me get a Twitter account now, aren't you?
Yeah.
All right, I'll go kicking and screaming, but you're probably right.
And so I think this was sort of, I believe it was in regard mostly to publicizing enforcement actions. Was that right, Steve?
Yeah, I mean that's a great place to start. But then there's all kinds of things that can just let people know the value of what's being done, and enforcement is a great place to start.
This is Rick. Enforcement is a great tool to educate consumers and the unpermitted community with movers. Other things with the different practice acts as well as attending trade shows, setting up a booth, having licensing material handy. One of the things that is coming of this release of hostage goods is, we need to set up a booth to educate the people that run these storage facilities on how to identify these unpermitted movers coming in and taking over their facilities. With EAR, I know that there's a ton of trade shows and stuff like this. So the opportunities are huge with that and with home furnishings. It's just a matter of educating the public, our stakeholders, and sharing the knowledge that we have, which will automatically increase licensure, consumer protection, and the benefit of, again, consumers.
Right.
I certainly agree with that. I think what I'm really hearing, just sort of based on what I've seen in other programs, is 1, 2, and 4 are different aspects of, and I think are speaking to the fact that the Bureau needs an outreach plan. And I think that's the action item. But I think 1, 2, and 4 are just dovetailing nicely into, yes, we need to sit down as a staff. I know, for example, Nicole is going to be going to an outreach event this weekend, and she can probably briefly speak to that just before we move on. But I think it'll be important for us to have a comprehensive outreach plan, and then to get it critiqued. I mean, we'll bring it to you. You guys can help us identify stakeholders we missed, etc. Different things that we may try that we didn't think about, and then sort of just adapt and update it. Nicole, do you want to briefly summarize where you're going this weekend?
Yeah, sure, not a problem. So this weekend I am going to be at a home buying seminar with Waterman Real Estate. They have graciously allowed me to set up a booth with a banner and our tablecloth, and they are going to allow me to address their 30+ attendees regarding the Bureau's role, our jurisdiction, the acts that we have jurisdiction over, provide some handouts, and provide my business card and answer some questions. Golden State Mortgage Group is going to be there. State Farm Insurance will be there as well, and Home Guard Home Warranty. So we're reaching a few different industry folks, and I think this is going to be a really good outreach event.
Nice.
Justin, if I may, that's a great idea, and that's great to see that the Bureau is taking steps already. I know in the past, when we've invited the Bureau Chief to, for example, visit the furniture show in Las Vegas and meet some stakeholders from across the country. There was some, I believe, some travel restrictions, and I don't know if that still is in place, if there's anything that can be done. For example, trade show in Vegas, it happens on the furniture side, home furnishings, I should say, twice a year. It's really an incredible opportunity, but I know that there were some restrictions, and I don't know if they're still in place.
I appreciate that. What I can do is, as we're doing the outreach plan, I will certainly reach out through my chain of command to get a sense of what's possible and what isn't. It's sort of a changing target, so I'm actually not sure at the moment.
Great, thank you. And I'll volunteer to be there and walk around the halls and make introductions as necessary.
Got it. I appreciate that, Pascal. Thank you. Fauna, did I talk over you?
No, that wasn't me.
I have one more I'd like to talk about. I don't know if this is a time or place, but on education, I think I brought this up before. The law labels are very difficult for the consumer to understand. And I would like to, I know that the Bureau is working on regulation to simplify the terminology and clear up some of the confusion. I would like to see us, the Bureau, to implement the regulatory package that they were working on, that they're currently working on, to clean up law labels and make them so that the consumer will actually look at them instead of this big confusion. There's been surveys done, and less than 35% of the people even read the law labels. And some of the questions that come back is they say they don't think they need to, they're not sure what it means. And then the best one is, it's a bunch of legalese, I tear them off even though I might go to jail. So
Well, for the public watching, once you purchase it, you're not going to go to jail. It's yours. But what I will say, Bert, is I certainly like the item. What I would suggest is we'll probably make it Fauna's problem first and then bring it back to communication and education, which I believe is the next category, which is legislation and regulations.
Exactly.
Okay.
But what I thought you were going to say, Bert, and I'd love for you to talk about it because we had a great discussion about it. Do you mind talking about the website?
Oh, yeah, I guess that'd be the perfect place. When I take a look at the website, it just seems like there is so many different areas you have to look at. I would actually like to see the website have tabs. One that's for electronic repair, one for home furnishings, a tab for thermal insulation, and a tab for household movers. If you look on there right now, there's a list down on the, I think it's the right-hand side, left-hand side, and it's just a conglomeration of all the different items, comments, regulations, enforcement actions, and everything else, but they're all mixed up. So if we could have a tab for each and every one of the different divisions that the Bureau is responsible for, I think it'd be a lot easier for somebody to go there and find out what they're looking for. We also need to be able to clean up that website because there's stuff that's on there that's fairly old and it's really not pertinent anymore. So
I 100% agree, and I think I'll go back to the Roseville example. Obviously, the Bureau has a lot going on. It has 3 very distinct practice acts, which is, I think, why I like that city of Roseville example so much, because a city has 20 to 30 different things that you know, when a user goes on their website, you don't know if it's animal control, if it's a waste issue, if it's a water issue. And so really having a user-friendly website so that people can drill down to exactly what they're looking for is terribly important. So thank you.
Wonderful. And to clarify, were we going to move item 6, the regulatory package, down to legislation and regulations?
I think it's more appropriate. Does anyone disagree with that?
I agree.
So this is Don. I have one item regarding communication. I'm not sure what it would be, a subset or whatever, but basically it's to explore new and alternative communications methods. And Justin sort of joked about a Twitter account, but really people in their 20s and 30s often don't use websites. They don't even use Twitter anymore. They use TikTok. So you're going to need a TikTok account, Justin, or maybe a YouTube channel or something. But to reach the consumers is not going to be through websites five years from now. I don't think. At least they have to start looking for some alternatives.
I don't disagree with you, Don. I still probably have a MySpace page out there, but you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I think that would probably, I'll want to think about it more and talk about it with staff. My guess is there's sort of a way to combine 6 and 7 just with phrasing. But I mean, we can talk about that offline. But you're absolutely right.
Right, and I can see the static versus interactive as being two slightly different objectives. So that's another discussion too. But I kind of like leaving them separate. Let's see. All right. Anything else in communication, education? We've got a lot of education things on the first slide of the section. Right, trade shows. Anything else come to mind that we want to add to the communication education? We've got 7 so far, which is plenty. Although if we need to, we can sweep item 1 and possibly item 2 into the communications plan. But as I said, this is a draft. Any other communication education options? Okay. All right, so then I guess we can move on to legislation and regulation. And Tricia, if you would shoot me your file. Oh, public comment.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me. So if anyone has any public comment on items related to the communication education goal area, we've opened up the Q&A portion of WebEx. So you can look for the question mark inside a box icon in the lower right corner of your WebEx screen, or behind the 3 dots if you're using WebEx on a mobile device. And put the word comment into the text box and hit send. And at that point, then we will give everyone 3 minutes to speak. We welcome everyone's input. And I am not seeing any requests for public comment on this area. So I will close up the Q&A feature and we can move on. And thank you, Tricia. And since we did add that one item to the legislative area, if you could send that to me, Tricia. Let's see.
Oh, yes. I will put it in the chat.
Fantastic. Thank you. So our next area is legislation and regulation. And there was a good amount of feedback there. And in one moment, we'll be ready to. Okay, fantastic. So let me copy this one. Let's see how well that copies. Perfect. Okay. So our first suggestion for an action issue on, let's see. Oh, I'm scribing now and Trisha is presenting. My apologies, Trisha.
All right, so Anne, are you sharing your screen? Because I'm seeing the open for comment. There we go. All right.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, we are used to doing these in person, so bear with us. All right, so you've got a head start for this one. We've got this one. Does anyone else have any objectives that they would like to add? Oh, and this is, again, we are on legislation and regulation.
Oh, my apologies.
No worries.
Oh, household mover, HHM regs is something that is desperately needed.
Okay.
The benefit would be the ability to increase enforcement actions on unpermitted movers.
Okay.
And that was very consistent in the report.
Exactly.
All right.
So would this be propose or?
Adopt. This is
adopt?
fun. I was gonna ask if anything about regs could be either adopt or promulgate.
Okay.
Wonderful.
And then what I was gonna say is we just had a comment earlier about ignition interlock devices, so IIDs. That's probably this is probably the better venue for that one.
Okay.
Perfect.
I don't want to take words out of anyone's mouth, so I'll leave it at that. I'll try to think of some action words in case no one else has one.
This is Toby with Smart Start. I think rather than promulgate rules, we should analyze the existing legislation and regulations with the benefit of understanding the obligation of the Bureau. There's already rules and statutes out there. We just need to understand what our role is.
Okay.
I agree.
And this is fun. I agree as well. We've done what we can under our current authority. We may need legislation, but we can, an action item analyze is good to see if there's a way we can, do it another way or if that's the best way to go about it. Yeah.
And this is a perfect year to do it because of the sunset report. So if there is something identified that may need a legislative fix, it's just a great year to comment on it.
Oh, legislation is a proposed statute. I think it should be legislation and regulations.
Okay. How's that?
Good.
Okay. Thank you.
This is Pascal Beniamini. Bert, do you want to address the law label percentages here? I think that's where it would fit in.
We did copy that.
I think. Oh, sorry. I think that's number one, isn't it?
Yes.
Because they already.
Oh, is that okay? Sorry.
That's okay. Because you're already working on a regulatory package that's already done that. Is that correct? Justin?
Yes, I know we've got a package, and as we discussed, I think it was yesterday, Bert, I'm going to try to get a copy here from Diana on Friday. But yeah, I think most of the work is done.
Okay. Thank you for the
if I'm wrong.
Sorry, thank you for the clarification.
Yes, the regulatory package will include the percentages in there.
And for the most part, is most of it drafted?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, Bert. I just didn't have time to check in with Diana yet.
That's okay. Does it also include cleaning up some of the label, some of the words like right now we have polyester then we have polyester batting, then we have polyester fiber. Is that cleaned up in that regulation also?
I'll let Diana speak to it. I haven't.
We are looking to add more definitions in there, so it would be more clarifying. And also some of the outdated language that's in there will be updated and clarified also.
Okay, thank
I'll
you.
try to get you a concept paper so you got a good summary of everything.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
All right.
I believe that this was a council comment, and I was hoping someone can expand upon it. It looked like someone wanted to take a look at electronic appliance repair regs and statutes, and the comment was around the gig economy, which I totally understand. These are really old rules that haven't really been changed in a while, but I was curious if anyone could expand on that.
Well, I made a comment about the gig economy, but it wasn't related to that. So I'm not sure if you.
Oh, maybe I got things mixed up. Would you mind elaborating just so I'm aware?
Sure. I had written explore activities online. Many app-based companies are advertising moving services for used household goods, but consumers are leaving really poor reviews. So it seems that there's an opportunity when we consider this space. There should be some legislation around what gig economies can and cannot do. As a small business, we continue to get more and more pressure from this economy.
Okay, thank you so much. My get so that focused on HHM. I think Trish is typing right now, but I would say probably we would want to look at it also for Bear.
Okay. It's actually Ann typing, but
sorry.
That's no worries. And then did we capture that correctly for the benefit to clarify license requirements? So explore activity online to define gig economy participants, to clarify license requirements.
I think so. I think the policy staff and I will need to. I think we'll want to have a longer conversation.
Okay.
With Jamie, but that gets us started certainly.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd almost want it to be more general.
Okay.
Than to define two particular groups that against any permits or licenses within the state, because I have concerns about what the legislature would do related to if like one industry.
Got it. Okay.
So do you want us to
Well,
just?
in truth, that also is, would affect the guy who's upholstering furniture out of his house on the side. So I think I agree with Steve. It should be across the whole industries, all of them.
Okay. All right. So if we
Sorry, go ahead. My
Oh, I
apologies.
was just going to say, we got rid of the parentheses. I was focusing on the two specific industries. So is it general enough now, or do we need to add a little bit?
Hey, Fauna, did you have comments on this item?
Not on this item. I have a different objective.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question back to the law labels, if I may? And I apologize if I missed it. I know I believe the last advisory meeting, we were talking about whether the regulatory package will be included in the sunset review or not. I did not understand if it will be or if it is not going to be.
I can't promise one way or the other quite yet until I actually do a thorough review of the package. I think it could go a couple of ways, and I'm just not quite sure which way it would go yet. I mean, if we're there, and other than dotting a few I's and crossing a few T's, we can just submit something that we're confident in to DCA for review. Then what you would see in the sunset report is just a sort of update and a progress report on what's going on there. I don't want to commit quite yet to that. I just want to make sure I do a thorough review first. But I can certainly keep you in the loop, Pascal. I was planning to touch base with Bert in about a week after I've had the opportunity to do that. I'm happy to include you in that conversation.
I would appreciate that, Justin. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. So it looks like we have 5 objectives right now for the legislation and regulation goal area. Any more that we'd like to add?
I have one. This is Fauna.
Okay.
We need to update the EAR law and regulations to reflect and address current and emerging technologies.
Okay.
I guess the benefit would be to eliminate obsolete references to technologies that no longer exist.
Okay.
Which would make, our enforcement in line with current business practices.
Okay. So maybe align enforcement with current business practices.
Sure.
I think we're keeping we're keeping to eliminate obsolete references and align enforcement with current business practices.
Under issue, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
that sounds. Oh.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Sorry. What did you mean, Tricia?
Oh, I thought it was the benefit, but I mean, if it fits better under issue.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't have this one broken out into action, issue, benefit.
Yeah.
So
so.
But the point would be to make the law and regulations specific enough where it doesn't take that anyone can understand it, especially the registrant, so they can, comply with the law.
That almost could be another objective.
Yeah. Or maybe update or you can make it update and simplify your law.
Yeah.
So a lot of times when laws are updated, part of the process is simplifying the language.
Yeah, there does need to be some removal of language, definitely. So simplify could work.
Okay.
And there's another one for EAR. I want to throw out to the council and to Chief Paddock. And this came up during our last sunset review when our last chief was providing testimony. It was a question about privacy concerns. EAR registrants, they're fixing computers and telephones. They have access to financial information, pictures, things like that. So the committee chair at the time asked about that.
Okay.
So
I think that's huge.
Yeah.
And do we need to specify EAR law? So update
Yes.
EAR. Okay. Thank you.
Will this include fingerprinting requirements upon licensing?
It could be. The legislature, as a matter of policy, has not been supportive of any barrier to licensure, so that would be up to them. But it could eventually be. It's not something we would list here.
And did you have a benefit for that?
To prevent identity theft.
Okay.
or,
Hands down consumer protection, that's for sure.
right?
So like enhance consumer protection and prevent identity theft.
Okay. All right, so we have 7 objectives for legislation and regulation. Did anyone have any else any other objectives? All right. So it looks like you might be good to go to public comment.
Right.
Go ahead.
Okay, Tricia.
Yep.
Oh, you're gonna get it. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So if any member of the public wishes to comment on goal area 4, legislation and regulation objectives, please type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of your screen and send it to all panelists. If you do not see the Q&A panel, you can click on the question mark within a square at the bottom of your screen. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I'm seeing no requests for comments, so I will go ahead and close the Q&A panel. And then Anne, feel free to make me the presenter.
Absolutely. And I sent you the one carryover item for goal
Thank
5.
you. Right.
Yes, goal 5 is organizational development. And in one way, some of this has been settled with Justin's arrival.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. So I think yeah, there you go. Oh, I think this was going to be the staffing one. That was certainly the most consistent throughout.
Right, implement effective recruiting. And if it's easier to retype, Tricia, we certainly can do that.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
Seems
Sorry.
like your paste is a little
I know,
fixated.
it has a mind of its own. It's
Yeah.
yes, I apologize, but it's
no problem. Implement effective recruitment of staff, including evaluating candidates to improve retention of qualified staff. Wonderful. And then Justin, if you could help us out with a page number again in the materials. What page number is goal 5?
Sure. This is on page 89 in the materials, and
wonderful.
This may alarm people, but I'm a budding student pilot, and if you wouldn't mind zooming in, I'd appreciate it. My eyes aren't what they used to be.
Yeah, I think the font size pasted in a little small on Trisha's first one. Yeah, I think we should bump up the font size. So that work better?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
So this is Don. I just have a question about this issue because it seems like there's 2 issues. One is that you want to effectively recruit staff, new staff, but then you also want to effectively retain staff. So I don't know if they go together, could it be something like recruit and retain staff?
I agree with that, Dawn. I think that that will be critical. And my guess is, but again, I need to have so many more one-on-one meetings with staff. My guess is it's just making sure that the team is filled out so that everyone feels like each person is sort of carrying their load. But that's just feedback I've received from a few so far. I certainly need to do many more one-on-ones before I could answer that authoritatively. So I think that's the recruitment angle. And then I think also with retention, it's just it's having a consistent chief here. And I mean, joking aside, I think that that will help. And then just having consistent management, which we're working on. So I think all of that will be important for retention.
So maybe, Justin, you need to make a pledge that you'll spend at least 3 years as chief?
I actually already have to Governor Newsom, so I will do the same for you as well.
Excellent.
And Justin, we need one more pledge that you're going to end COVID. Because
no.
Because COVID, I mean, this has been a significant issue the last year or so, maybe 2 years. They call it the Great Resignation. So I know you're going to have your hands full with recruiting and retention, given the all the changes we've seen in the labor market.
I agree with that. I will do my best with the tools that I'm given, but pandemics teach us all to be flexible. If I'm right.
Yeah, you've got your work cut out for you there.
So this is Kelly. That I have one that kind of goes down that line. The action verb would be identify and implement. And then the what would be creative ways to increase the number of qualified applicants.
Beautiful.
And then I had it as a why. And I said, because we're having a hard time attracting qualified candidates.
Right. Beautiful. Fantastic. Did anyone have other, I mean, I know one of the issues that came up repeatedly was the turnover in chief. And so we've gotten a 3-year commitment from Justin. So am I correct, Justin, in believing that this is a governor appointment and an event every time the governor changes, chances are the governor is going to choose if parties switch?
Yes and no. I'm probably talking out of turn. I would say the higher up positions, there's certainly is change. I really doubt, regardless of party, and again, by saying this out loud, I'm going to prove myself wrong. Regardless of party, usually my level, there isn't a lot of switch or transition.
Okay. This isn't the plum job that like ambassador to Monaco or something like that.
No, I mean, I am looking at that, but I promise not to be the ambassador of Monaco for 3 years, everyone.
All right. So as we look through the environmental scan, are there things that, is there anything else that people wanted to suggest as far as organizational development objectives?
This is Kelly. I had another one.
Okay, Kelly.
Okay. On this one, the action would be increase. And then the what would be the issue in which staff vacancies, the speed in which staff vacancies are filled. And then I have the why, kind of the goal in that was so that positions are filled quickly. And the Bureau's staff vacancy rate is below 10%.
Nice. Exactly. And I know that'll help morale too. It's
Mhm.
got to be difficult trying to cover for 3 different people's work.
That's huge. If they could reduce the time it takes to fill a position, that would be a great benefit.
And then I certainly have one more for the group, and that would be to create a comprehensive bureau training plan. And just to give you some examples before I tell you about the benefit, it would be for managers, performance management, understanding onboarding, things of that nature, the importance of it. When it comes to staff, for example, when you look at the enforcement area, how to seek a search warrant, how to work with district attorney's offices, collaboration with the district attorney's offices, other LEOs. And then when it comes to licensing staff, it would be improvements with IT and procedures and job shadowing. So it's a little bit of a different flavor for all of the various units within the Bureau. And it even falls to the lab just because there's always going to be changes in updates and procedures. And I know when I was here previously, it was hugely beneficial for a few of us, for myself and a few individuals in the lab, to really go over and work with DTSC for a couple of days and better understand those processes. So that'd be valuable to sort of brush up on, et cetera. So I really see the benefit as essentially, I think, boosting morale, just because training as a group usually does do that, as well as just making sure processes are consistent and we act in a uniform way throughout the Bureau. So the benefit would just be improved morale and improve Bureau consistency.
Fantastic.
This is Don. I just have a question. I don't even know if you have the answer, but when you're measuring the morale in your bureau, how does it compare to the other departments or other state organizations? Any idea?
I can't answer that yet. Having talked with individuals here, I would certainly say overall, I believe morale is low. But I need to underline, I believe, because I really do need to speak to many more people before I can make that assessment. What I would say is I saw the exact same thing when I started at CSLB in the licensing division. And it really doesn't take a lot of time for that to change, so long as managers are listening, being connected with the team, and basically picking up a shovel and helping them. And so I hope to see the same thing here. But again, without having all the conversations that I need to have yet, it may be a different approach here. I'm not sure. So I'm still in a position of ignorance for the moment, Don, but I hope not to be very shortly.
So should that be a item then that would go on this schedule?
I think that's not a bad idea. I'm not quite sure how to phrase it. I would say maybe that would just be addressing morale. To assess and improve. I'm not quite sure. Don, help me out.
I think you should just get the assessment part first, you know.
Yeah, I think that's important. Assess.
Get a lay of the land, and then you can come up, if necessary, with an action plan.
Right. So probably in the action word, we'll just do assess for the time being, and then bureau morale.
Well, maybe that would be the benefit. The benefit would be to improve bureau morale.
What would you highlight the issue as, Kelly?
I would say assess issues impacting bureau morale.
Okay.
I know I've also heard the term employee engagement. That's if you want to not use the word morale over and over again.
Yeah, that certainly works.
I had something kind of similar is to facilitate quarterly team building events.
I think that would almost fall as an action item maybe for this item.
This is Trisha. I agree that would
Well,
be
actually, that's an assessment. So we're on assess only right now. It may be under train or maybe it's its own thing. Kelly, what do you think?
Under the team building?
Yeah, I think that's a different thing than training.
I think that's different, yeah.
Okay.
Because I think the team building is to improve camaraderie and help staff get to know one another.
Right. Fantastic. Any other issues in the organizational development that we want to take a stab at improving? Have we addressed processes and procedures and establishing and
I think for the most part, processes and procedures, which I think we touched on both in licensing and enforcement, are going to be the critical ones. I mean, we could certainly put it in organizational, but I think it's pretty full already.
Right.
And that's really, at least, I mean, council, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think as far as process and procedures are concerned, that really should be my focus the first few years in those two programs specifically, licensing and enforcement.
Right, that makes sense to me. I do recall that we've got them addressed in the two specific areas. Anything else anyone wants to put out for organizational development?
Yeah, this is Don. So I noticed a couple of times in places there was talk about outdated technology and computer systems and the need to put in, Excel spreadsheets by hand. So there's a lot of errors. So I'm not sure if we address that anywhere else.
Don't think it did, but I think it's an augmentation of that online services item. That because I can assure you, and Fauna, correct me if I'm wrong, the business modernization program really is going to touch that. And so I'm wondering if maybe we just have to rephrase the online service item when we're cleaning up.
Absolutely. This is something business modernization will tackle.
Okay, that sounds good. Like I said, I just want to make sure we didn't drop that.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Trisha and Ann, if you could maybe just sort of make a note in that box for online services, and then I think it's just a matter of going and trying to rephrase a little, because it's not quite an online service, but it's really a lot of what we're after there.
So
we'll just talk more about cleaning it up.
Right, a question I could put out to staff: do you feel like you have adequate laptops and headsets and monitors and physical equipment to do the work you need to be doing? Or is it more of a software platform issue that Bismod will take care of, or are there both? Is there a technology issue also?
I can give a few examples, and then Fauna or Kelly, feel free to join in. So for example, I think the laptops, it's not really a problem at this point. It's just a matter of ordering it and waiting just a bit to get it. Fauna is actually working with DCA right now to really integrate our phone system into our computers, which is going to be huge for teleworking. That was a huge game changer for the contractors board, I can tell you. So there's a lot of things like that where we certainly will need to procure headsets once that's all working, and we are working on it. And that's all sort of going through that Bismod process. Fauna or Kelly, would you add anything?
Yeah, I mean, those things are minor compared to getting Bismod off the ground and replacing CAS and ATS. You know, our licensing and enforcement platforms, and we don't even have an enforcement platform for household movers until Bismod goes live in October. So, you know, the key here is Bismod going live. And you know, the other things are minor by comparison, although they are important elements.
Okay.
This is Trisha. I just pasted the outdated technology and computer systems in the action items for number 3.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, thank you for looking out for our staff too. Absolutely. Any council members or staff have anything else they wanted to suggest for organizational development? Right, at this point, I think I can go ahead and help hop to public comment. We're opening up the Q&A portion of WebEx in case anyone wants to have any comment on organizational development objectives and the things that have been discussed so far. You can hit the question mark icon in the lower right corner of your screen, type the word comment in the text box and hit send. All right, I do not see any requests for public comment. And then Trisha, I have already done the fast math for our next, for the slide here. We've got 4 items in licensing, 5 in consumer protection and enforcement, 7 in communication and education, 7 objectives in legislation and regulation, and 6 in organizational development, which brings us to a total of 29. So now I can put it back to both staff and council members, but possibly more staff. Do you have any sense of how long it might take to achieve these 29 objectives? Usually strategic plans are anywhere from 2 to 5 years long.
So this is bigger than I've seen typically. So I think what I would say is 5, but I think as we start action planning that we may cut that down. Because so I just wouldn't want to commit yet. What does the council or staff think?
This is Kelly. I agree, because some of the things are slightly out of our control, like the business modernization. I mean, we're working on it and we're supporting it, but sometimes we may not have control over logistical issues with the people that are creating the system. There
Right.
could be delays that we have no control over.
That's also true of all of the legislative and regulatory objectives. We're not on our own timeline. We're on the timeline of the legislature and the Office of Administrative Law. So I agree with 5 as well.
It seems to me like there's 2 different sets. One, things that you can control and you can set the timelines for that. And it has been discussed, things that are, you know, involved with the legislation and regulatory process that you really can't control.
That's a good point.
And if I can add, Justin, I agree. I think you need to kind of hone down on the action plans and then make the assessments, whether it's up or down, depending on the circumstances and the actual action plan.
And we'll certainly have something for the council to review, hopefully in June.
Justin, if we leave it as is, you're going to have to commit to 5 years.
Oh, Bert, you're killing me. I'll do my best.
All right, wonderful. That sounds reasonable. So just to let you know, now that we have finished this strategic planning process, this meeting, I'm going to go ahead and put together all of your suggestions and objectives into a draft plan that I will send to Justin. And then at this point, we might be ready to approve that at your next council meeting. So I know that that's not scheduled yet because that was one of our next business meeting items. So it sounds like tentatively June is okay. So then, yeah, after that, I will coordinate with Justin and staff to do action planning in early summer, I think. Great. Well, wonderful. Thank you so much for all of your participation and your support and your attention to these issues. And Solid was delighted to work with you in this regard. And I think we're going to wrap up the strategic planning agenda item and we can hand it back to Justin for the rest of the business meeting. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ann.
Thank you, Ann, Tricia. We really appreciate it. All right, so we will, any final comments just from the committee on item 7 in general? Just to make sure I'm minding my P's and Q's, Ann, do you mind just seeing if there's any additional public comment on item number 7?
Absolutely. We'll go ahead and open up the Q&A feature of WebEx for public comment. And so you can go ahead and type the word comment into the text box at the bottom of your Q&A screen. If you're having trouble finding it, click the logo with a question mark inside a box at the bottom right of your WebEx screen. Type the word comment and send to all panelists, and we will take people in the order their comment was received. And we do not have any other call-in members now. So it looks like there are no requests for public comment. I can close that feature up for you.
Thank you so much, Ann.
You're welcome.
All right, so moving on to one of our last items. Council, I certainly appreciate your patience today. Thank you so much. I know it's been a long day. We're essentially going to be looking at the rest of our 2022 meeting dates. And then I also just want to get some feedback from you on meeting dates just moving forward. Talking with staff, it seems like a February, a June, and an October are probably an ideal time within the year to meet. Talking with a few council members, there's quite a few events that are typically going on in industry once summer really gets rolling, especially in July. So I do want to avoid those months. February, I think, is useful just because we can sort of give you our end of the year statistics and sort of tell you what we're looking at for 2022, as well as any sort of implementation challenges we've had. June is a great time of year because we have a really good sense of what's in the budget and what we're expecting for the coming fiscal year, which always starts July 1. And then October is great just because the legislature is wrapped up. The governor has acted on all legislation before him. And typically you're starting to wrap up your regulatory calendar for the year as well. And so that's just a good time to sort of do a year in review, so to speak, from a policy perspective. Does anyone have any concerns with sort of just making that the pattern, that February, June, October? Okay. So with that, let's look at June, if you wouldn't mind all looking at your calendars. I know typically the council likes to meet on a Thursday. So I wanted to throw out just nice in the middle of the month, June 16th. Is that a conflict for anyone? And I'll bear with you a moment.
So we're skipping to February.
Right, because we're doing, essentially this is the end of January. And so
Perfect.
Moving forward, you wouldn't see a meeting in January, you'd see it in February from here on out. And unless someone wants a meeting sooner, we can certainly talk about that.
Justin, this is Toby. That is a conflict for me on that
Okay.
particular Thursday.
How is the 9th for everyone? I'm trying to get you all before your kids get out of school and all of a sudden you go on vacation.
I can't do the 9th. I can do the 16th, 23rd, or 30th, but I can't do the 9th if we stay on a Thursday.
How is the 23rd for everyone?
I can do the 23rd or the 16th as well.
Justin, this is Michael, legal counsel. I have a conflict on the 23rd
Okay,
and 24th. The rest of the month I'm open.
let's try the 30th for everyone. I'm pulling up my calendar real fast. If not,
Justin, if I could interject here, the very last few days and first few days of any month are near impossible for movers because of leases,
Makes sense.
etc. So if you want to engage moving industry, you can't be the last 5 days or the first 5 days.
that makes perfect sense to me. Okay, let's try some Wednesdays. I forgot who had the conflict on the 16th. How's the 15th look for everyone?
15th for me.
Any objections to the 15th?
Justin, the 15th doesn't work for me, but that shouldn't stop you guys from moving forward.
Well, let's try one date. I love participation, Toby. And again, if for future meetings, we're doing this on the record, but for future meetings, what I'll do is what's called a doodle poll. So for 2023, I'll just send out a doodle poll in October. And then once I get feedback from that, we can set this much more quickly. It's just I'm still getting my IT systems all set here.
The 22nd.
Wednesday the 22nd. Any objections to that one?
Justin, I'm sorry, that doesn't work for me. The 29th works for me, but I know it doesn't for the last 5 days of the movers and the first 5. So go ahead and schedule around me for this one. We're going to be gone for an extended vacation those particular 2 weeks.
Okay, got it. All right. So without objection, I think then we're going to set it for Wednesday, June 15th, if that works for everyone else.
Works for me.
No objection.
All right. All right. So Wednesday, June 15th. And then if everyone can direct their attention to October, we'll just start with the Thursday, the 13th. Any objections to Thursday, the 13th?
It's good for me.
That works.
All right. Silence is acceptance, everyone. Especially contract law. That was a shout out to Pascal.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you.
All right, so we are going to set it for Thursday, October 13th. I think that would have been more fun if it was a Friday in October, but that's okay.
And are you doing 10 a.m. or are you moving it back to 9 a.m.?
That was actually my next question for everyone. I know many of you are business owners, and the first few hours of a day, it's usually good to put whatever went on fire in the night to bed. Is 10 a.m. better for you, or would you prefer us just to start at 9 a.m.?
I prefer 10 a.m.
Pascal, do you have a preference?
I don't. I could do 10. I was just wondering because I was going to calendar it, so I'm okay with 10 as well.
Got it. Steve?
10 a.m. is great.
All right. So we will do 10 a.m. on June 15th and also 10 a.m. on Thursday, October 13th.
And is the intention to have these live and in person at DCA headquarters?
That would be the hope. Again, I think that that's a moving target at this point. I really want to say yes. I really hope that I think as the public health experts say, we are closely and fastly approaching with the endemic stage of this. I just don't know for sure. But I hope to see you all in person. And I know it's faux pas to say, but shake your hand as well.
Yeah, you guys are saving a fortune on the no donuts and coffee stuff. So.
All right. Any other comments on the meeting just from the council? I just want to make sure the public has an opportunity to comment as well. And any public comments on this item? Again, just a reminder, it's going to be Wednesday, June 15th at 10 a.m. and Thursday, October 13th at 10 a.m.
Right, and I have opened up the Q&A feature of WebEx for public comment. If you would like to comment on the future meeting dates, you can hit the question mark inside a square icon at the lower right corner of your screen, put the word comment in the text box and hit send.
So this is Don. While you're waiting for public comments, I just wanted to thank everyone at your end for running the meeting. I thought it went really well, pretty flawless in terms of the technology and participation. So thank you.
All right, thank you. You're welcome. And I do not see any request for public comments. So at this point, I would be happy to close that feature.
Thank you so much, Ann. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I do want to say, because they never like tooting their own horn, Solid has been amazing. So Ann, Trisha, Shelly, they do a tremendous amount of work on this environmental scan, talking with all of us, as well as facilitating these meetings. They do a great job. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome. I feel honored to have you be my first environmental scan that I wrote.
All right, moving on to agenda item number 9. This is just a question for the council as well as the public on any sort of future agenda items you'd like to see. It's sort of open forum now. So I'll open it up to the council first. Okay, and then Anne, if you wouldn't mind opening it up to the public.
Absolutely. We've got the Q&A open to the public. If you've got any final thoughts or any future agenda items to suggest, you can hit the question mark in the side box in the lower right corner of your screen, or if you're on the WebEx app, behind the 3-dot other options, type the word comment in the comment box and hit send. And no, I do not see any requests for public comment at this time. I'll go ahead and close that up.
Thank you so much, Anne.
You bet.
All right, moving on to the last item. Council members, thank you so much. It's been a very long day. I certainly appreciate your attention throughout the day. The staff and I are really excited to be working with you in 2022, building a strategic plan, and just doing the consumer protection work that we're all here to do. So thank you very much, so much for your time today and your time that you'll be giving us throughout the year. I also, again, want to thank Solid. I certainly appreciate their time. And a special thanks to Michael Knotz. He actually had a scheduling conflict today, and he was a trooper. He was able to work around it. And so, Michael, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. With that being said, I'd like to thank staff again for participating today. And I look forward to seeing you all. I'll probably see you much sooner, but I look forward to physically seeing you all, I sincerely hope, in June. And with that, the Advisory Council meeting stands adjourned. Thank you so much and have a lovely afternoon.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Justin.
Thanks, you guys.